Welcome to the continuation of our ascent through Farloom in Hollow Knight Silksong. This is video segment number 4, and we find ourselves all the way up in Greymoor. Let's just take a look at where we are on the map and what we've done. Last stream we managed to make it all the way up here and then explored quite a bit of the left or perhaps west side of it over there, and found that there is a chapel that is likely to lead us to another crest for Hornet to switch into, a Chapel of the Reaper. That's sort of top center of where I'm pointing on the map right now, and below that a boss fight that we kind of shied away from because we're still kind of exploring and trying to map out the place. So there's still quite a lot to do in Greymoor over there, but we will first of all take advantage of the new traversal power that we've acquired in Craw Lake that now allows us to, well, it's not exactly a power, it's more a transformation of the immediate area where we are now able to bounce around on all kinds of bouncy inflatables of some sort and just make our way through. Rather took a long time to get through Craw Lake at the end of the previous stream in terms of defeating the ensemble fight that we needed to get through in order to explore further, but now that we've been armed with that power, let's continue and see what happens. Also lost entirely too many rosaries last time from being very careless on our way back to that fight over time, and we'll just need to kind of get accustomed to the down diagonal again when it comes to traversing anywhere. So as far as where to go is concerned, we drop down here without having really fully explored everything to the right. There is something out to the top right, in the rightmost room above Craw Lake, for instance, that we didn't really get a chance to look at. We haven't explored that far. So we'll see what we can do. Rather had a fill of the Craw foes over here. How much we know after having been wrecked by them repeatedly in the ensemble fight at the end of the previous stream. But we will need to deal with them. This is, after all, their home. And we are just here as an interloper. So we did open up a couple of these gates previously to make our way back, but I do want to check that top right location that we saw on the map, if we can actually make it up there with time. Let's just try to position ourselves a little more accurately. Whoops. And then fight these ones since we have to now. 4 hits each, I think. And really difficult to reach sometimes. Okay, luckily we're protected when it comes to the heal, but I'm about to die. So let's maybe get ourselves back in shape before we face something else up top. Otherwise we might find ourselves having an equally difficult climb to get up to our eventual cocoon. So let's try not to get hit by this one, unless we have to reset into this location. There we go. Still not enough silk though. This switch we had hit previously, that's what got us through some of the gates to the left side, but we want to see what is even higher up than that. If we can actually make it without falling all the way down. And of course we fall all the way down. Alright, well, we can try to go up the right side. Something is throwing at us here as well that we haven't quite discovered. Might be, oh yeah, it's definitely the enemy up top. And it is an enemy, we've faced it before. Rather tricky one to deal with, in fact. Well, if we can tap it just a few times, we can heal. He does throw his projectiles at me, and just wanted enough silk to get the heal going. Nope, and we will not. But that's okay. We're in a location that's fairly easy to reach when it comes to continuing. Can I actually just go down the lower route? I think I can. That's how we got there in the first place. Through here. Rather saw too much of this route yesterday. Nope. Anyway, let's get back up to the shell. Oops. Come on. See, the thing is, pointing straight down gives you the down diagonal, but it's still something that throws us off sometimes. Temptation is to push the stick towards the down diagonal rather than just down. If you do that, you get into all kinds of trouble. In terms of potentially aiming it past a 45-degree angle and taking a forward swipe instead when you actually want to spike downwards. Okay, we do just want to get rid of this one. Oh, got hit. I spent so long just trying to fight these yesterday. Just dealing with one of them again is a reminder of how tricky the pattern really is when it hops so quickly. Also takes quite a lot of punishment. And too much punishment. Let's get out of here and heal. Okay, finally went down. There's got to be a more elegant way of dealing with them, but we haven't found it. Oh. Okay. A little bit further. Nope, back down again. So again, we're aiming for the top right on the map. If it is reachable, we don't know if it is yet. It might require us to get an additional switch somewhere. We also did check the rightmost location there, I think, but actually, maybe not. We should go back there. I thought we did. Floats and... Oh, actually, yeah, there's a switch here that we can't reach yet. But I guess to go there, we would need to have from above. Potentially. Get this out of the way at least, but not too helpful at the moment. Yeah, we would need to drop in from above, I think. Unless there's a separate passage that we missed. But it seems to be the implication. Okay, so that goes quite a ways up. And we've been up here before. I think we weren't able to go any further, that's why we're here instead. Why we couldn't continue that way. But maybe if we get enough Hydra's way to that right side passage that we noted. It looks like we're supposed to spawn additional balloons with a switch somewhere if you look at how they come out of these various nodes. And, oh no, there already is one up there, we just can't reach it. Okay. Yeah, so we're just not able to reach that location up there yet. We've just hugged the wall all the way down. Can we... Oh, this is new. We better heal up soon. And I mean really soon. Okay. You'd find that the down diagonal works well against these ones since they stay grounded, so if you overshoot, that's fine. Whoop, whoop. Hit there. And once again, we're in trouble. Once again, we're in a world of trouble. There we go. Still in a world of trouble, but at least we can try to hit some of these. Now we might have to fight something down below before we are able to unlock that gate, but at least we do have a clear passage here now. That's a little easier to reach now. Friend or foe? Oh, no, that's a flea, actually. So, friend. But this looks like it snaps back into place, so it's exit only. That's important to know. Yeah, I should have noticed it was a flea. But it looks like we're not able to go to the top location yet. We might have to drop down there from somewhere up above and then perhaps unlock a connecting passage. In that case, it seems like we should return to the bench where we started today's session and continue exploring Greymoor from there. Again, we have a couple of potential destinations and probable major encounters in mind for the left side of the map. And we'll just have to get there and see. Oh. Hang on. Try not to whiff every single one of these. Nope. Nope. I think we could aim this by now. There we go. Whoops. I have to do that in conjunction with a directional adjustment too, which is a tricky bit. I shall wonder if it might be easier with D-pad so you can control the down input a bit better. It might be. Because then you can be very deliberate about going down instead of diagonal. And a little more precise about facing direction as well. I don't know. It's difficult to do the mid-air adjustment with it that way, though. And that's why I was supposed to going stick in this zone. Okay, we're not dealing with those. At least I'd rather not. Oh, nope, and... Oh, look, there's something glowing there that we hadn't previously picked up. We should look at that. Once we get back. Well, at least we noticed something new that might catch our attention now that we have a reason to go back and perhaps acquit ourselves more honorably. Not fighting these, but we'll go down here and see what the glowing bit is once we get our cocoon back, right? Oh, that's bad. Of course, they're all obstructing me now. Oh, now they're all in to fight. Okay, please that's down. Now they all want to join in. And now we're in big trouble again. We haven't even reached the cocoon. Okay, this is a big problem. Wasn't there one down here that still wanted to fight me? Yeah. Okay, so now we might even lose those rosaries. We had about 60. Because we somewhat carelessly woke up everybody over here and they all want to have a scrap. Okay. And then, no. And we lost it. That's about another 60 rosaries down over there. We should have just spent it on the map pins. That was going to happen. We've lost a lot in this zone. A lot of unspent currency. We have been backing up. Well, that's okay. We'll just get more of it back eventually. Nope. You know what? And the thing is, that happened in the first place because I failed to drop down here when we should have. What even is this? Frayed rosary string. Okay, at least we got some of that back. Because how many is into frayed string? 60. Alright, so it could have been worse. We got back about half of what we lost this time. Right, because we had previously gone left up above. That still is, I think, the only exit here, since we can't get back out the initial area down below. At least not without something like a double jump. I guess if you poke off enemies that are well positioned, that can get you to some interesting places as well. I don't know if we could do that up top with the enemy that was there to get over to top right, and whether there's some skip potential that way to use it as a platform. Doesn't seem like it would give me adequate height to do that, but I guess we'll roam around and see. Nope. Because we come up here, we know how to get that high, but it seems no higher. Yeah, because this is the highest enemy that we can get to, potentially. I don't really know that we can get much of a bounce off of it after hitting the switch. Yeah, nothing for me to hit here, unfortunately. Unless there was something I missed that would get me higher. Like in this location. No, I don't think so. I think something probably has to be unlocked from up top unless you have some additional ability to gain that height. So let's go back to the bench and continue on that side instead. Those rosaries that we got off the environment in this entire half of Greymoor just going to waste completely over the course of our last two cocoon losses. I feel like I had worse at some point in the original Hollow Knight, though. In my first run, we had some incident where I was suddenly down by thousands of geo. But it does mean that we've had trouble just amassing enough currency to buy much with rosaries so far. And so, oh, we're up here. I think this is actually higher than we've been previously, isn't it? Because we had the bench up here. Or, no, that was just a previous bench I had it. Because we opened this gate to the right. Yeah, because we've been here. In that top center section. Okay, let's keep going. And then this goes down. Right, because that's what allows you to progress back up here easily without going through whatever this was. I don't even remember. Oh, I see. Well, we have some things to jump on here now that were not here before. So we actually can progress upwards. That is new. Unless... Oh no, this is just the encampment we were in previously though. Except our map-making friend is gone, so we didn't recognize it for lack of her singing. Yeah, but if you go up, I don't think we can go up further. After having turned here. Maybe we can. Nope, that seems about the limit of it at the moment. But it is so wide open up above that surely it will be traversable to us eventually. Oh, whoops. It's a mistake. Okay, so... I guess, without anything else having opened here for us to bounce on, this, I believe, was for converting rosaries to beads. We would have to eat an additional cost of 20 to do that, which we probably should have done. I mean, you know, it actually did not help to be too cheap about that. When we could have absolutely used a preservation until we banked up enough cash to buy anything truly expensive, like the mysterious key in the opening zone. We checked this. Yes, we did. We've been down here before, I'm pretty sure. Can't read the map while you're in the water, though, because it would just get all damp. And yeah, if you go left, then there's something that takes you up back to the right, and there's quite a lot to explore around here. Much as there is everywhere. So we can farm some rosaries off of these ones. So yeah, if you're dashing, you can actually do a thrusting attack. I actually only played with the sort of sprint attacks when we were messing around with the beast form earlier, but it seems that every crest does have something like that, that if you sprint into the attack button, then that's something that could help. So yeah, previously we did not go further up to the right in this room. I don't know that we could have. Especially with everybody fighting over here now. I just poke that one. Get him to drop all his rosaries as well. Yeah, it looks like we would still be short by something like a double jump or something else that would gain that height. But this is the nearest bench to a lot of things that we've seen thus far. In fact, one of the reasons that we didn't get into some of the big fights on the left side is because we hadn't found anything closer bench-wise just yet. That might be worth exploring, like in that top middle area under the dome shape on the left. But we shall see. So yeah, we had been through a lot of this. Obviously a lot more to explore about this whole area, which is wide open up top as well. Oh, that's interesting that you can indeed jump off enemies to come up here to places like this, which gives us some interesting implications if we can actually get across this one. Have we been up here? We haven't. Except we need to get around this guy now. Those were trouble. Just cut through the floor too, so kind of don't want to mess with that since that is a dead end anyhow. We had a lot of issues getting through them in larger ensembles. Okay, should have just pushed him right off. That's fine. Oh, that's not good. Nope. Let's not drop too far down. What are we going for here? Ah, there's a bit more silk up top. We have been here. Yeah, because this was below where we initially met Garmond and Zaza before they moved on to a location closer to what they are hunting. So yeah, currently that's the most proximate bench. Over in the halfway home. And we've got a long ways to go yet before we find something a little more convenient for exploring this area. So we'll try to go up through the top if that is accessible, just because there are paths unexplored. I think it was just through this area. We haven't really looked at any of that. Whoop. Right, because that's actually a little too high for us. That's why we can't actually reach that yet. By any means that we can see right now. Oh. Again, yeah, these ones really not safe to be just above or below them. Flooring exists at all. So this is the issue, is that we have to go down at this point. We could try to do a thing where you recruit Garmond and Zaza to with you into the boss fight down below. That might be ideal. I didn't see a bench close to the Chapel of the Reaper, and perhaps that's worth exploring a little bit closer if we're able to. Whoop. These ones are easy to hit if we just kind of sprinted into them a little too far. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I should take advantage of that sprint attack when we can. So it'll be to the left here if we are able to make it to that location. You can see all the candles that this is one of the chapels. That's, you are at least able to replenish silk. We should actually see if there is something like a bench here. There wasn't in the Chapel of the Beast. We had a pretty lengthy run back, but that's not to say that this will be the same way. Now, from down here, what would that be? Seems like that might be a way back, potentially. Like a return path that looks very much like it. Yeah, this is just a platforming section. It's not looking too bad. A lot of scissors everywhere, though. That tells me that there might be a big scissor fight. Given how much trouble we have with the standard scissors, that's absolutely concerning. Oh. Hang on. That did not work the way I expected. Okay. Did this to fight already? Okay, that's just one scissor. I think we'd have to fight several. Oh, it's gonna do the thing that Roy does in Mario Maker. Okay, jumping over like that might work. See, at least in this room, it's not able to sink into any floors or ceilings that allow it to cut between rungs, and so we can just Try to snipe it a little bit this way and just keep your distance otherwise. Oh, wrong way. Dashed the wrong way. Absolutely a mistake. Now, we're on full silk. We actually should use projectiles when we can, but I'm just trying to play really cautiously right now in case we need to heal. Given how much trouble we know we had with these guys before, especially because I think there will be several now. Yeah, it is going to be a mass fight. And it's going to constrain my location a little bit here. Previously didn't have too much trouble with these, but with two of them, you don't get as much space to work with. Okay, there we go. Now what's next? Okay, these ones, this I could deal with. Okay, that was better than expected, actually. How that went. Now we are in full silk. We have a chance to heal. Okay, now who's next? Okay, I thought it would be something like that at some point. We can build up silk for the spear. The spear might actually be quite good against this set. That's at risk of not having a heal, but then we got one down quickly, which is nice. Have to watch for that upward chop. And that is actually it for the fight. That is much, much easier than I expected. But of course it might just be a prelude to something bigger. Given that we are certainly not through here yet. But, well, yeah, I mean, you know, the only example we've seen so far was the beast. We can't expect necessarily that everything will work the same way. But given that we're opening a shortcut here. Oh, this is interesting. Oh, that's already going to give you the power of the Reaper then, perhaps. Maybe. Let's find out. Okay, that was significantly easier than I expected. Now, it does mean that we're going to be equipping the Crest of the Reaper, rather, immediately if it works like it did when we got the Crest of the Beast. And so, yeah, reap additional silk from enemies. But then do we still have the self-heal? I guess we'll find out. Yeah, I guess it would be potentially something much more offensively focused. I mean, I guess we had a much, much easier time with that ensemble fight than with the one that we had yesterday over at Craw Lake, and so... And of course, you know, the boss fight gave us so much trouble at the Chapel of the Beast, so I think we're very fortunate here. I think using the spear on the double scissors at the end there was particularly inspired in terms of just getting them out of the way quickly. But let's mess around with this moveset a little bit first. You get a bit of a longer reach. I mean, it's the Crest of a Reaper. It's going to be like a scythe. In terms of the configuration, there are slots of all three kinds, which is good. Oh, I see. So maybe... Yeah, it's got a similar structure, essentially, to what we had with the Crest of the Hunter. So we just need to kit this out, but then also figure out how replenishment is going to work on this. Whether we do still get any kind of heal, given that Beast worked completely differently with lifesteal. So So bind still binds. We spent all the silk to demonstrate that. Oh, except it buffs you up to glow, and so I guess in this state, that's when you harvest silk. But then how do you heal? That would be the question. You get silk, but then is there a way to get life back? And moreover, what about the bottom layer here? That was still a mystery. Okay. Guess we should find a bench to fill that in before we do anything too risky. But that was surprisingly straightforward. Yeah, so currently we are potentially without a heal, but the range is much nicer on this. And look at this. Oh, first of all, we need to try one thing that's very important. What does the down attack look like? Well, that's interesting. That instead of doing the diagonal dive, now we've got that movement. That might be much more manageable. It doesn't give you as much distance or coverage, but it might be much easier to work with when it comes to bounces. Because it's much more like the original Hollow Knight in that respect. And then, so when you dash, that's when you get to sweep. So you get a sweep attack off the dash. And certain right now is that I think this will probably not have a self-heal. And... Oh. Oh, whoop, we got snipped. But the reach is really nice. You see, you can actually outrange him with the down attack. Somewhat. Okay. Okay, so then what happens if we go like this? And we get silk back, and we actually did get the health back, didn't we? It looks like it's a straight improvement. Not mistaken. Yeah, because you get the health back, it's just that you have an incentive to, in that case, try to keep up momentum with the attack at that point. Zero6i, that title aged poorly. Oh, that this is a down diagonal disaster demonstration. Well, the thing is, we already did lose rosaries to one of those incidents with the down diagonal whiffing everywhere and earlier in the stream, so I guess that demonstration has happened. I mean, you know, we'll probably keep this until I see a reason not to. It would be interesting to see how the bounces go. But I like the familiarity of doing this, given just a width of the swipe. Seems much easier to work with, potentially. But the fact that you might still get a heal off of it, and still get to harvest some of the silk in return, I feel like we should definitely keep this. There's gotta be some kind of catch, right? Like, how is this not just strictly an improvement on a hunter? Heavy arcing slashes, I guess it's because, you know, the nature of the attack itself is a little bit different. Longer cooldown time between slashes. But we've been doing such a hit and run style anyway, that it might not matter. Of course, dash attack with the uppercut is rather nice. Or you can... Okay, so we haven't seen a bench recently. We should actually get back to the bench so I can at minimum plug it into a compass. Although we do kind of know our way around here. Then we should come back. Then we should try to fight the boss with Garmon and Zaza's assistance. I think that's the way we should handle this. Yeah, you see, and you get... Oh. Really kind of get in there and... Yeah, I quite like the style already, actually. And then, so why wouldn't you just restore hearts and then also restore silk? And lose some hearts, and oh, not hearts, but, you know, masks in the process. Just from being sloppy. Given that we do get some of that replenishment, And a pretty sizable bounce, too, off enemies. As well as a journal entry off of that. Yeah, and you do still get the full 3 masters off of it. Feels like a strict upgrade. We should absolutely get back to a bench and plug in some improvements. I think I even have a spare expansion for that would allow me to plug in 2 yellows so we can get back to harvesting more rosaries as well. So yeah, why wouldn't we? I mean, we'll want the warding bell, so we have the protection available while we heal. Yeah, I mean, we can put in a pin. We've barely been using this, but we might as well have something there. Silk Spear is still the main attack here. On R, that looks like it's something that's eventually configurable once we open up more possibilities. Want the compass. And yeah, so we had previously been running compass plus magnetite. I think we will, in fact, try to expand this crest to get the rosary improvement as well. Let me check my inventory for anything to that effect. Didn't we have one? I thought, yeah, memory locket. Expand crest and crest paint. Oh yeah, so we do need to go back to this interface. And so we select, and then as expansions go, we do get one of each type. I think we should definitely do it. I mean, I don't see why. I guess it's just a different weapon style. Yeah, I don't really see the advantage of staying hunter. And maybe there's something to that I don't know, but I guess we'll find out. Or do we want the fire protection as well? Well, that's okay. We'll find more memory lockets as we go. I think we should improve this and definitely put in both utility ones. Given that rosary income has been an issue. Currently, in terms of rosaries, we can afford anything up to 240-ish. I actually think we should string some of those when we can, but well, let's see how successfully we can go back to that other fight. Nope. Okay. Yeah, see, nice reach on that too. Feels like, you know, this weapon is essentially a little more of a conservative Hollow Knight style. I guess maybe, you know, with such a long attack, maybe it's a bit more vulnerable in return or something, but... And of course, you know, shorter reach on the dive, but I just like how much more controllable this is. You have to get in closer, you can't just dive into that, but... Yeah, look at that, we can just dodge out repeatedly. And swipe. Oop. And, whoop, got hit. And then that's what this is for. Sure you can. And there we go. Even if we only got one hit out of that. The buff lasts for a while, not that long though. And then we can just go straight left to go to where we wanted to go since the gates are open. Yeah, we've been to this side previously. Let me just see. Yeah, because we come down there from the Chapel of the Reaper.
Ritalla! So, my thinking about requesting help from Garmon and Zaza was this. So essentially, you know, we had encountered the boss very briefly before we had come up and encountered them. So the question is it the game rewarding me for exploration by giving me the option of bringing them into the fight, having found them, or does the game reward me better for trying to take the boss myself and then running inevitably into some massive late game or late fight phase that is conspicuously more difficult? I mean, you know, given the way that Team Cherry designs these fights, I'm sure it's very, very doable in some sense both ways. I'm just wondering which outcome we would like. The argument against is, well, we all know what happened to Cloth in the Traitor King fight in the first game. The argument for is, we all know that we want to see Garmin and Zaza's animation in action. And so I think the answer is yes. I think we're going to bring them in and hopefully not take the heaviest of casualties.
The
battle ahead may indeed be arduous. Accept your offer of aid, sirs.
A sim.
Bro, yes, no force in the kingdom can withstand our might. Lead on, sister. Zaza and I will be close behind. Alright. I guess we'll see how it goes. We just glimpsed the boss previously. Oh, also, I guess this we hadn't shot. Yeah, we had glimpsed the boss previously. We didn't really do anything with the fight beyond that point. I'm coming here first. It should be pretty simple to get back here at least. So here's Moorwing. Okay. We'll just scout what the fight is all about first. Oh, lovely. You get him right here, right away. And parry some of the attacks. That's actually lovely. The way they participate. He's not kidding about being able to fight. Okay, that was a problem though. I was trying to get a few more taps in so we could get some silver heals. Oh, and now it's all the way at the back of the room too. That's okay, we can reach that. But the question is, do we need to get to the same location to get Garmon and Zaza to help again? I think we need to find that out. I think we need to get to that location and learn whether that's the case. Which means we need to survive up to that point. It's a bit of a run, but we'll do it. Oh. Yeah, we'll just go through like that, unfortunately taking a hit. And if we do take this path, do we recruit them again or not? I guess they're down there, but then what happens if we join the fight this way? Do they just join us in the middle again, or? Okay, here's more way. We need the cocoon first. Captain Silk. So, are they gonna come and help? Yeah, there we go. Okay, that's great. Oh. Yeah, 2 points of damage off of Moorwing. Like many of the bosses that hit hard. Whoop. Yeah. Okay. Okay, let's just get around here. Since we have the benefit of the friendly diversion. Okay. Smash it. And then we need to heal. And maybe get some silk back from a series of attacks if we're able. Oh, getting hit way too hard here. That was 2 hits that we really couldn't afford. Okay. Oh, did not see that pattern coming since we were so far out of range. You're saying that Reaper Chapel acts like a bench if I didn't go to another one, but I did go to another one because we wanted to fill in the crest, so that's okay. It's not a difficult run. We just ran into one thing on the way there. And now we also know that we don't need to take the top path if we don't want to. It does seem still a bit more straightforward. Pardon me, but we shall see. Oh, and yeah, you can just kind of drop over here, and it's really pretty easy to get back to with no other problems. As long as we can find a reliable, safe path through that first room. Okay, so we got into what was effectively a phase 2. Oh, ow, that was standing way too close already. Okay. Oh, you can actually spike off of those, as with most projectiles in Hollow Knight as well. And you can parry with the downward thrust if it is getting a bit too close. Not that we ever really do that intentionally, but... Okay. Nope, yeah, you see, I was trying to do a down thrust into that, and... Unfortunately, that brings us a little bit too close if we swipe too late. That's one of the issues, that we're still a little too accustomed to how the hunter worked when it came to how much of a diving range I would have in terms of bouncing back. Like maybe hitting from above is not the best idea here. That's going to be the case. Oh, didn't manage to get up above here. Ah, that was already a problem. You know what? Hang on, let's just go back. Also sitting on so many rosaries at this point, we probably should just spend them since we're close to the Bell Beast station, but that's okay. We'll risk losing them all instead. I do want to eventually go for that key in the original area. Well, I guess we have to actually make it over some of the enemies. Okay, sure. That's fine. We'll just skip over. And we have to go all the way to the left for recovering our previous death location first. Yeah, we don't want to be too far off screen from the boss, for the simple reason that we can't see where the projectiles are going. Sensible! That is quite a battle cry. I made the same mistake I said I wouldn't make. Trying to tap from above just doesn't work out too much with what we've done here. Oh, unfortunately, it does interrupt the heal, even with the bell that we had. Yeah, the shield when you're healing does shield you completely, but it also kills the heal. And that's okay, that's still a strict benefit over how it normally works, which is that you don't heal and you get killed. So I don't mind that too much in terms of how it works, but we should try to play this fight a little bit better. Oh, come on. Okay, this is a little embarrassing. Let's go back. We're taking 2 points here already. That's a sign that it's simpler to just heal at first. Pretty straightforward run otherwise, just need to get that first platform. So yeah, I don't really get a bounce unfortunately, off of a downward strike on the boss. At least I don't think I did. You can get a good number of other bounces, though, and see, that gets you all the way over. If you hit both bounces and get up high in the initial position. Okay. Again, let's not try to downward strike too much. Although, you know, it looks like such a clear opportunity to do it when it's flying under you. And oh, that. I thought it was safe behind our friend there. I mean, I guess if you're not too close, maybe you could do a downward strike. It's just that you would still be at risk of falling into the boss. Same issue. We really need to dodge it first before we attempt to heal in that location. Nope. Okay. Oh, standing too close. Well, that's alright. Oh, I accidentally lost our position. You see, falls apart so quickly when you don't play well. Okay, let's go back. On second thought, let's do it again. Don't want to take too many risks, given how many rosaries we've already lost over the course of this game. Okay, there we go. Oh, no. That's okay. If we're one down. Okay, if we're two down, it's a little bit different. Let's try to actually... Oh. Okay, now we're in trouble. I just want an additional tap. We can get the rest of the silk off of the cocoon later. Okay, good. Now we just do this. We want to just kill it since we're here. I will, at great and unnecessary risk, do something to that effect. That was actually really quite gratuitous. We shouldn't have done this. Well, you see, now we need to tap some enemies some more in order to get another heal back. And same idea. That we're here anyway, might as well kill it. Should have just plugged this in. Well, that's okay. I was about to say maybe at the boss, and then we would get that initial silk harvesting buff in the early stages of the fight. But the thing is, we're going to get silk off of a previous death location anyway, so. Alright, let's have another one. Again, we really have to resist temptation to do the downward attack everywhere. And then there is a particular animation that's to tell for the projectile. You have to watch the animations pretty carefully to see that, but there is one that tells you that's what's going on. Okay, and then just jump it. Now eventually we have to watch out for projectiles that can bounce back and forth past that point. Okay, so looks like a phase 2 of sorts, maybe? Oh yeah, right, 2 attacks. And then, oh, okay, we need to heal up. Let's have something first. Nope, we were out of range, we couldn't see whether that was safe. And that will be it. Yeah, the interruption of the heal was a big problem there. Okay, let's try to do a clean run back this time. Again, if we can hop on this one. And it doesn't matter if we hop on that one, we just need to go far enough to dip over and over. Okay, I'm gonna take a moment here to just collect ourselves and have a sip of beverage before the fight. And then let's get into it. Okay, so we're dodging pretty cleanly in the first part of the phase. Essentially, until we get to the point where we have the double projectile going, but we know that's coming once we're in that phase, so let's just watch it carefully. And... oh. Okay. Oh, didn't get many hits in there. And when it goes to phase 2 cry, that's when we look out for the double projectiles. Okay, that's our cue. Oh, that was a single projectile. So. Oh, I see it. When it's that animation that does that throw. Okay. We need to, once again, find a safe moment. That was not a safe moment. There's nowhere to stand on to heal. That wouldn't be immediately vulnerable to some other attack. We just haven't found an appropriate way to heal yet in this fight. Oh, that was dangerous. Nope, couldn't sneak under in time. Yeah, that's been the story every time, is that we have enough silk to actually replenish. The issue is that we don't have a moment when we can do that and actually use the bind without being hit. Okay, there we go. Alright, obviously we have to. Where's my... for myself? There we go. Oh. Getting hit way too early. The healing opportunity would be when the boss is down or in the middle of the phase transition. Having the silk is not the issue. Having the chance to actually not be attacked, particularly when in phase 2 when the attacks come very rapidly one after another. That's more of the concern. Got a few more patterns to dodge at that point too. Oh, that's already getting into phase 2 attacks. That was unexpected. I didn't think we that far along. Oh, that's a problem. We really need to. Hang on. Yeah. Well, at least we got the heal down that time. Actually, standing off to the side here on this ledge seems to be the way to heal. We know that Moorwing will follow that far because we had seen Moorwing crash into platforms and take them down the first time I came into this zone. So actually, the healing location is go all the way to the right on the ledge. Because then at least there's enough of an offset there that maybe some of the projectile attacks are not as much of an issue. We definitely need to dash way out of the way for that, though, if we want a chance to replenish. So really, that's the main thing to fix at this moment, is to figure out how the recovery is going to work in this fight. And you know what? Just get back into this room. Do this properly. And admire this rain effect on the screen. Okay, scan. I actually got a decent bounce that time. That was unusual. But normally a sideways swipe is good enough so we don't accidentally dive down into the boss unnecessarily. Whoa, that was totally misread. Okay. Yeah, so that's the opportunity. One of them anyway. Because at least that's a moment when we know we're not being attacked. Oh, that was rather bad. I'm looking for a healing opportunity. You know what? Let's just port back here for a moment. Oh, was trying to jump out of that. I saw it coming too. And we just... yeah. You need to watch out. Over here. Particularly with the way that attack kind of rounds his way over. Got hit again. In great mortal peril. Just trying to jump out of that and we missed. Okay, that's the furthest along we've got it, and yeah, that's actually noticeable progress. It's just that when you're way off screen after the heal, I mean, we can kind of expect to get chased, and I was trying to get out of that, but obviously hard to escape something that is that moment still off screen. That's the problem, is that, you know, if our wing is off screen, then we don't know what's coming. We do generally want the boss to remain on screen, but that does lead to difficulties with finding the opportunity to heal up properly. It's actually when the boss is down that healing rather than attacking in should be what we do. That's something that we'd learned from a couple of fights in the first Hollow Knight, actually. That sometimes that's the decision you have to make. Do you heal or do you kind of push the vulnerability? I think I remember probably certain fights like Lost Kin being like that, in terms of having to make the decision. Oh, standing too close. Yeah, it's too bad when we take damage like that off the easy stuff, instead of off patterns that are actually difficult. We're going to stay on this without healing until I can actually get a clear opportunity. We'll wait until the phase transition animation if we can. It was not the phase transition animation, but okay, we got it. Totally misread it. Yeah, actually, when that short range claw attack, that actually is an opportunity. Let's pull it silk if we can. Have to watch the looping projectiles. You just got zoned out that time. isn't going to let me over, is it? There we go. I'm glad we'd have found that path. Something approximately consistent. Once you get over the first jump. Okay, I do need to get this first. Oh. Okay. And you need to read some subtleties to the animation sometimes to see what's coming, but we haven't developed enough fluency with how it looks in phase 2 just yet. With all the various kinds of projectiles that can come in. Okay. Yeah, when there's a double projectile, the second one circles around. That seems to be a very consistent behavior with it. That one you just work out of. Oh, except it comes back. Misread it. Circles back. Good. That so circles back. Nope, missed it. Okay. We're gonna have an opportunity to heal. That was not an opportunity to heal. Keep underestimating how quickly the attacks are followed up. Well, if we can get enough silk up for another heal. Nope. I actually did a bit of a float there with a double tap on a jump, and that threw me off my timing. Rather, I double tapped to jump and got into the float when I wasn't really planning to, and that's why we missed a second dodge. Covering enough distance here? Yeah, we are, just barely. It's okay, we're kind of developing a better understanding of each of the different projectile paths that we need to look for. When phase 2 complicates things a bit with a lot more variety. Just have to chase him a little bit. I love the range on this attack that we have now. Oh, didn't expect to go that low there. That was a bit of a misread. We'll save the heal for the phase transition. Okay. Oh, once again. Okay, that bounces back. That bounces back. There we go. No, that. Stood a little too close there with the double projectile. 06i, you're saying from fast bobbing heads to fast saw blades. The fast bobbing heads were a lot worse. I mean, even when I see the various variations of Craw as standard enemies in the other side of Greymoor, I still have trouble fighting them, even individually. Each of those enemy types just in their most basic form. I was surprised that Chapel of the Reaper went as easily as it did, given how much trouble I was having with the gardening shears yesterday. But we did get it on the first try. Which, on paper, I would not have expected against those enemies. Whereas Craw Lake yesterday was a very different story, where the enemies really didn't seem that threatening, and then you realize how hard it is to track a single one of them. Okay. Yeah, it was a low dive, a really low dive that popped me up earlier. Okay. Doing a decent job of chasing now. Now we have to watch out for projectiles. There's still a single. That's a double. It moves around. Oh, moves around. Yeah. Okay, we need a heal. And I don't see an opportunity for it yet. Was way too far off screen. We just didn't see the sweep coming as early as I should have. We really can't get that far off screen in that fight. Can't get the boss that far off screen, rather. Oh, come on. You know what? Not gonna deal with that. Let's just heal up. Oh, that's fine. We just might not go as far as usual. We made it. Barely. Yeah, there is a lot of depth to the movesets that the game just kind of expects you to discover by yourself. Like the dash attack and the dash jump and all these other things that we've been finding. It's a great deal of undocumented movement. Generally want to stay grounded so you can actually react when jumping is in fact necessary. Okay. Just stay on screen. Alright. Let's back. That loops. We're a little stuffed in this corner. Let's get out. Sometimes we can use the float. It's just a minor adjustment if our timing is off with... Oh, got caught. Heal since we don't have many opportunities. Oh, and yeah, we're too far away from that projectile and came up at the end of his arc. They can't be too far from the double projectile because it does swing its way up. Unless you just run backwards out of it, like you jump the first one, you just run backwards from the second one. But no, use it. Oh, look at that! Just, okay, major range issues happening here. Just trying to bait him over to give me some kind of opportunity to heal. That was not an opportunity to heal. Okay, we'll just look for another one. Oh. Yeah, just really need to watch out for that loop. No silk. we continue dodging, which did not happen. Maybe we can get that back. That was still one of the more successful attempts, I think. But again, just trying to find a healing opportunity has led to a whole lot of misreads. I think generally, you know, even if you're down to one mask, you just have to survive and dodge well enough to wait for the next clear opportunity with the boss actually going down and having a window of vulnerability. Oh, like a little rest. Stop. Okay, we just need to hit some of these and get some silk back. Not like that. Or like that. Or that. That's okay, as long as we get enough silk for the heal. Okay. Better. Nope. I wonder if you can actually get to that spot without any assistance. You can, if you do the dash jump. Actually, just the dash jump by itself gets you up there. We should keep that in mind. That you don't need the enemy to assist you at all. You just jump. I don't think it was apparent to me that the dash jump is that much better, but it is, in fact, that much better, especially with that kind of distance you have to cover. Speaking of which, we haven't been using the uppercut idea nearly enough, given that it actually works really well with Mosswing's positioning, I think. That we want to stay grounded, but we also want to hit in the air, right? Like, you would think that's kind of a natural attack to go for. But we haven't really worked that into our repertoire on this encounter just yet. And right now I'm working on the dodging pattern, so probably shouldn't get too fancy about it just yet. Oh, you see? Like that, getting too fancy about it immediately. But you can kind of uppercut in if your timing is good. And you just kind of get that additional swipe in. It actually works quite nicely. You just need to hit the button at the right time. Do not dive in too close. That was diving in too close, for instance. Okay, let's wait until we're safe, and then we'll heal. Okay, you just kind of do an outside swipe. That was not an outside swipe, that was too close. Might ideally get enough silk back, almost, by the time we get into the phase 2 transition. That was a little late, but we managed. Okay. Okay. If Zaza goes down, okay. Garmon and Zaza, rather. They do come back up. They just get temporarily stunned out. A little better at dodging the loop around on a second shot. Okay, that was a little bit close. Bounce back. Oh, and got caught in the wrong position there, just standing way too close. Way too far, actually, at the time. Hey, actually healing midair there, we got missed by the projectile. Maybe that's the way to do it. We actually need to figure that in the air after we dodge. Okay. Can't get caught How to charge. Oh. Bounce back. And back. Okay, that was really not too bad at all. Not bad at all, in fact. Pattern just never became more complex than that. Okay, can we speak?
Ha-ha!
Well fought, sister, well fought. Though terrible and tenacious, the beast was no match for us. Be proud. The bugs of this land will sing of our victory to their offspring, and their offspring's offspring, forevermore. Okay, that works. Thank you for the GGs, G for Garmon. Riding Zaza into battle. What a wonderful design on these. I'm glad they made it through the fight. That it wasn't, you know, a Treasure King situation. But let's see what lies before us here. Yeah, that was really not that bad at all. It was just understanding where to stand for the looping projectiles. This settlement welcomes all who step the holy path. May you ease your shell within, that your strength renewed and carry you higher. Well, there's nothing down below, is there? Well, let's see. Do we get a rest stop? Oh, that's interesting. Well, I mean, I guess that's a trap. It's a trap. I guess that's how the pilgrims have been turned against us. The haunted Bellheart. Maybe. New objective, that's interesting. So, oh, and we should actually create the fast travel location first. So first of all, we know how much to spend on it. We should also take that bench. I had a moment's reluctance because, of course, you know, the first game has its share of bench fakeouts in precisely these kinds of locations that look awfully suspicious.
Ada!
I'm sure it's probably safe though, but before we do anything, let's actually get back to Bone Bottom for a moment. I want to see some of the stock prices once more. We can take that bench there. And yeah, Sherma has a job to do. Ring-a-ling. Whole lot of bells to ring. Okay, first of all, let's take this. We'll take the other bench when we go back there. I do want to see the quest board because it looks like there are some new things over here. And we have nothing to do with all these shell shards that we've been banking up, so I've been looking forward to an opportunity to spend them. I see that we've hit some kind of story trigger, probably what we saw just now that allowed us to open this, so that must have been a main questing of sorts to get through Moorwing. I've heard tell pilgrims sometimes fall down the big hole beside a settlement. Nasty way to end your journey before it even begins. What big hole beside a settlement? I could build a bridge if I only had the materials. Flint beetles have awoken in the marrow. The gems that grow in their bellies provide a pure, constant warmth. Yeah, we'll pick up both, obviously. Let's just donate. I don't even know where this bridge is going to be, but... I guess we should have checked the map. That's okay. We haven't really been following the various quests here at all, but Yeah, because Burn Chapel and Moss Grotto. Let me take a look at this. So where would the bridge even go? Well, anyway, let's take a look at the shop. So we really wanted to go to buy the key, but well, we'd found a key door kind of to the left of this zone. We found another key door much further along. We didn't buy any map markers because I thought we wouldn't use them, and so already mentally misplaced half the locations, but that's okay. We will see here because, yeah, I've got about 90 in beads right now in case we want to buy something. But I think we'll just kind of stay the course here. I feel like we need 2 additional master shards. This is made of 4, and that will want to not spend on that until we actually need it. But for the moment, let's go back to the bell and see what's happening. What chasm with a bridge? Oh, whoops, didn't mean to fall here, but let's just go back up. Also, we're previously... Wait, we never finished the berry quest over here, the berry collection quest. I'd previously seen some locations in here that were slightly out of reach for me at the time, but we have more movement abilities to work with now, and also I never really thought about using something like the dash jump for it. So let's actually scroll through here one more time, because I'm sure we can possibly complete it. You see, right there, was that? I thought those were the berries. I guess not. But here we go. Mossberry. So we should scroll through the zone and try to find the remaining one, because there were 3 that we need to look for. And I guess it's just a matter of running around until we find it. I don't think there were any locations that we couldn't travel to at this point. But we might as well just scroll through the whole area and see from the very beginning where cages dropped. Did we come through here? Yeah, at the beginning of the game. I think we already saw a good bit of that. We just want to look for the last berry bunch of the 3. That last one was in a very clear location, just on the main path, and so might be a similar situation. Oh, whoops, that was unnecessarily hazardous. And yeah, so as with the knight, you can just kind of do a repeated bounce if you position that accurately enough. Also, we never really came down here, did we? That's new, you see. I don't think we had come down here, given the discovery sound effect just now, and the fact that we hadn't opened this wall. So, accidentally falling in here turned out to be rather serendipitous, even though we don't get much out of it by any means. A couple of shards and the opportunity to jump up to this platform. So we are still looking for that berry bunch, we just haven't found it. Kind of do a double swipe off of the upward thrust too, which is nice. So where can we find those berries? Oh. Well, I mean, I guess we will at least get some logbook entries out of murdering all the moss creatures. Yeah, that was at the end of this room. Well, we should scan carefully. It was a very clear glow on that one that we previously found. It's nothing. Nothing up here. I thought I heard something earlier, but then this game gives you audio feedback for everything, so where would we have missed the berries? We haven't really checked the kind of bottom right side very thoroughly, but not having returned there since the beginning of the game, where the key is located. The key entrance. One of the key entrances. So we can just inspect that briefly since we're here, and we did fill in that quest. Yeah, this was where we dropped in earlier. Whoops, just walked right into that. We should heal up. Now, probably there aren't berries growing in this location, but... yeah, because we've been here previously and found nothing of note. That's not the key location. I was thinking of something else. I was thinking of one of the places to the west of the chapel. Of course, this is still suspicious, but that's because I expect that it's going to be a connection point at a much later stage. Kind of like the tram system in the first game. Yeah, so we never did find those berries. I don't know if we've been to this middle position here, had we? Let's see. Yeah, we had. Oops. Anything in here? Nope. This was where the previous berry bunch was, I believe. So, this is not on this end of the map. Let's just continue traversing the original area. Might show up along the way. Much less greenery in this area, though. I mean, if we continued over here... Nope, nothing. So yeah, I guess we couldn't really find the third berry then. Again, very conspicuous glow on the one that we did find. So it could be a room that we just didn't uncover. That's okay, let's just get back up into town then. Yeah, because if we look at the quest, so we have 2 of the moss berries. Like the 2 out of 3. From the moss-covered areas of Farloom's lowlands, clearly it should be restricted to bottom, right? I mean, it's entirely possible that it's not restricted here, that we're still technically in the lowlands even further up in the zone, so we're checking a little too exhaustively here when we should be going up. as long as we're in the mossy areas. You are as foreign as you, hunter dear. Visit me when you care. I look forward to hearing how your steps might shake our world. Oh, yes. It's a lovely effect every time. Oh, no, mistake. I was trying to jump over that. Guess that's why they want to build a bridge. That's the reason we came back here in the first place, was to find out what was meant by the alleged bridge construction. Well, let's see. But yeah, we should go back to the Bell area. Haunted Bell Heart. If we can. Oops. Now, previously we couldn't get further than top left there. I think that's probably still out of reach, but we hadn't considered the dash jump as an option the last time it was there, and so given how much height we get off of that, there are probably some obstacles that we hadn't considered that actually are very much reachable. Some higher platforms that we thought would require some kind of double jump, but in fact don't. Oh, I was trying to poke that. We were facing the wrong way. Yeah, because we'd been up to this location. Heal up. Okay, but that's as high as we could go, apparently. Anything else has to be a drop from above. Oh, right, and this was a totally different zone. That's why it's off the map. I remember that now. So we had been here, but then we deal with this guy. And we reached a dead end after that because we had a lock that we couldn't reach yet. Well, now we actually know how to sprint. That changes things a little bit. But it doesn't change that we were unable to reach that location. Right, this was where the keyhole was. One keyhole, anyway. And we had been down there previously. So the question was how to get up there. It looks like there wasn't anything. I mean, maybe if we actually managed to take this thing out, but we don't have a good solution for it yet. Just a lack of attacks that would get us to that. Oh, you can actually poke that slowly. Oh, dangerously. Okay, no, let's not do that. Oh, well, let's really not do that. I guess we have to go back there and poke. Yeah, so I actually am able to poke it. It is killable. But not very safely killable with our current tool set, unless we have maybe projectiles that can go up at some point. Because I just can't get in and out there safely enough. Oop. Well, let's go back and reclaim some rosaries. Oh, nope, you do in fact need to dash and float. Okay, let's recover and get out. I think maybe the double location was probably the to take. I'm not really seriously considering trying to poke this right now, but it's tempting. Given that we know we can inflict damage, and I kind of feel like maybe that opens up a sealing passage or something if we manage to do it. It's just that we can't get out of here safely enough. Can't get out of its attack. If it sprays like that, you can technically kind of float off to the side maybe, and we were actually jumping in towards it too high. We should take a lower platform if anything. Just a light jump, given the long reach that we have here. This could really take a while. We did find a rhythm for it, I think. We just need to not jump too high. Oh, whoa. Well, that was unfortunate. I did not expect to be hit by that. Standing too close to the side. I mean, this is going to take a long time, but the fact that it's theoretically doable tells me that we should try to do it. I can only sustain one more hit, though, because it does 2 masks. I just want to see if this is doable. I feel like it is. The game wouldn't let me otherwise. I think that's the philosophy we've found with a lot of enemy gates in Hollow Knight. Prior to this was... Yeah, it looks like you can do it, you probably can. It's one of the charms about the various obstructions in certainly the first game. You know what? We poked enough that we can actually keep healing up because we... Wow. Now we're standing too close. But if we poke safely for a while, then we just keep on healing. We just need to make sure we actually get under the platform. And not get too close and not get caught. Come on. Really? Now, do I try to poke at this point and try to just get one more heal down? I think we can. A great personal risk. It's totally doable. I doubt we get anything off of this, but... Oh! Whoa, that was close. Just missed completely. Let's reorient a little bit. Timing matters quite a lot here. How many hits do we think it takes? With flashes, it's clearly taking damage. We have enough for a heal now. There's actually tremendous controller vibration off of this, and slightly throwing off my movement a bit, I think. Because it's just rumbling like crazy. Rumbling in the most literal sense. And you see? We got it. What happens when we do get it? It drops something. A beast shard. I didn't see one of those. Beast shard breaks into 140 shell shards. So, not really anything for progression, but eventually when we need to cash that in, we can. It's just that we've been at the 400 cap for so long prior to paying 300 earlier that I don't think it's a consideration until we expand our shard count. But now we know that it does go away. I wonder if it stays away. It would be nice if it does, because then we can actually potentially platform through here to find something else in the area that we previously couldn't reach. Doesn't really seem like it, though. It's funny, it still rumbles like crazy over here, too. Yeah, I still can't reach that. Still have no way to get through here. I think you do need the key, and then you loop up there, and then you can continue in this zone. So yeah, it does not come back now. I wonder if after a bench it does, but we'll find out. I mean, you know, given that you have the flash at the end for defeating a major encounter, it does kind of feel like that is a permanent change, perhaps. One only hopes so. Okay, we previously tried to see if it was possible to float onto this location. Ah, there is something up there that I think we failed to get to previously. Did I actually ever go back to try that a second time? And to dock into that upper location. Given the map, I don't think I had. So let's try it. So when you drop in one area to next, I hadn't noticed that previously. I just don't think I, in fact, followed it up. They drop over here. Yeah, we had been here. Into the lower location. Okay, so we had been here. Yeah, I remember this. Not on the map, but then maybe that's because we didn't float much further to the left to uncover much else. Can't even remember what was there. Probably just rosary beads that we have since lost. Yeah, last time we came here, we definitely would have had the float already, so that's not the limiting factor as such. Of course, yeah, there's something up there that we hadn't previously reached. Yeah. In that case... yeah, let's just continue then. Well, that was a bit of a lengthy diversion from whatever we were doing originally. Ah, here's the bridge that they were talking about. Flimsy, but, you know, this was such an obvious trap that we fell into multiple times that we do appreciate having it back. I guess the zone change was what allowed it to back in. But anyway, that's the bridge. Anything new on the board? Nope. Okay, at this point... and, we'll tell this one the truth, I guess. You've heard it true, sir. On the roads, both pilgrims and beasts alike are consumed and driven to violence by a haunted thread, the source of which I have yet to discover. I had feared it was so. I won't be able to trust a single face out on the path then. Yeah, just mug them and take their rosaries. The risk of death was daunting enough, but the loneliness of such a journey that seems almost too much to bear. Oh well, just another test of our devotion, I suppose. I'm actually thinking about what else we can do in the other zones. We haven't changed too much about what we could do traversal-wise since we last explored most of these locations. I might want to hit one of the other vendors once again just to see what we can do with them. There was that top location in Hunter's March that I don't think I could previously reach, but then we hadn't considered A, bouncing off enemies, and B, using the dash jump. But I remember that was maybe out of reach. I just don't recall how it looks. So, yeah, now I know why everybody was going crazy over the map screenshot system that was in Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown. Oh, we actually did complete a certain number of fleas, didn't we? Let's take a look, because I feel like... oh, no, we're still at 4, okay. I was hoping
we'd have a reason to go back there now, but we will uncover more as we go. I think we'll go back to where we were with the bell. There's obviously a separate location here, going up from the Marrow, which perhaps approaches the bell from a different side. There was a bit of dialogue in Greymoor that seemed to suggest to me that it's an alternate path to another way going up. Whether that really is the case, who knows? But it makes sense to go back to the bell and see what else we can connect, particularly with some other locations that we might be able to join up to the Marrow map. Currently holding 133 plus 90, it's 223. Yeah, we'll want a lot more. Alright, in that case, let's go back. Again, it would be nice to save it for the key. Interesting that you can kind of see where else the system is steadily expanding towards in the overall map. But let's go to Belhart. All these discarded bells everywhere from failed pilgrimages. Okay, there's a location over here that we just uncovered. That goes down. We should maybe get the most proximate bench first. And yeah, look at that. Everybody is trapped in silk. What is this? This is not open yet. Do we need to pay into this? No, not yet. Rather than taking that side right away, we'll eventually want a map here, obviously. Let's see about this initial position here. This was... It looked like a drop, but it's not. That is something that will get you up above, though. It looks like it is a lift that if you activate it below, then it takes you higher. In that case, let's get down to this area here and drop. See what we uncover. Another drop over here. Okay, so someone's tucked in there. Inside a discarded bell, as far as I can tell. Bell Hermit. What do you want, slave?
That's fine.
Slave, I am a traveler stranger, not a slave. Exactly what a slave would say. Be gone. We're going to talk repeatedly until we know what he wants. I ask only if you know what has happened to the bugs above us. They hang trapped in a vast snare of thread. Hardly surprising that there's the final fate for all in Farloom, just come seeking a little sooner for them above. Surely, oh surely, you don't imagine your own end will be different. All that hunger and fear and pride filling your fragile heart. You too are bound and ensnared. Be gone in Farloom. Only a fool believes themselves free. Want to cut them down? Yes, you look cruel enough. Once the strings are cut, pain will return to them. They will remember fear and longing. What a choice you make for them, such power you grant yourself. I feel like we're going to do it. I'll waste no more words on a slave. Is that the last line? Yeah. Can we go through here? Not really. We still have a bunch of other kinds of collectibles and no NPCs to give them to just yet. Yeah. Another drop location on that side. Interesting. Oh, I see. Because maybe you're expected to drop in through there and then you would jump out on this side instead if you hadn't uncovered this area already, so I probably just conveniently missed something that was a big drop. from some other room above. Not that we have anything to map. This goes up. This cannot be entered yet. Or this. Yeah, it looks like maybe eventually you can kind of recover this town or something, but maybe not. It's very reminiscent of the City of Tears. Is that big central location, the big showpiece location in the first game. Well, nothing to uncover over here yet, so let's continue. And yeah, so you get something similar on this side. It does look very much like what we surmised was true, that there is a second way up from the Marrow that takes you up here as an alternate path, and paths kind of converge on Belhard. Shellwood, okay, that's a new location. Spidery creatures here. Something new for the log. Whoops. That's taking rather more punishment than I'd like. Those drop rosaries at least. This is a bit more of a familiar Hollow Knight playstyle in terms of bouncing back like that and continuing. You know what? Oh, we can totally reach that. With the dash jump. Yeah, that looks very reachable. Weird rosary string, yeah, but let's take this out. Oh, whoops. You do need enough of an initial dash to get the dash jump going, otherwise it's just a jump. There we go. And there is something to continue to on this side. And something here too. I guess we can just ring some bells. And just explore more of the map at this point. Most of these coming out pretty easy to take out, except they respawn smaller ones after that. Whoops, not quite. Okay, we continue over here. That's where we were before. We can actually probably make that if we get enough of a dash going here. Not quite. Just a little bit short. Maybe if we had something to bounce on. Or we could just take the easy way up on this side. Bench coming soon, we might as well go for it, though we don't really have a way up as yet. This room looks ominous.
Oh, lots of spores everywhere. Yeah, we should probably stay out of that. Well, how bad could it be? Well, that's new. Okay. We have to heal up when we can. Okay, that's not too bad so far. Something more over here. Well, all of them at once now. We should just get rid of the one in the middle because it's going to obstruct space. Of course, it's probably going to be the last to go down. The end of it all. Just poke it a few times more. Okay, let's see if that unlocked much of anything. I mean, there's this, which is clearly, I think, a bench location. Well, we don't have a map yet. That theoretically resolves the problem of which bench we were going for. A sign up above earlier. Design pointing above. Okay, while we're at the bench, we're just going to take a moment here. We might need to take care of something for just a moment. We'll be right back in a few minutes. Alright, let's continue. So we're still looking for a map of this new zone somewhere, and Bellheart is going to have a separate map of its own. It's a separate zone from this one that we're in at the moment. I mean, I think naturally this is going to connect down to the marrow in some fashion, but let's just keep exploring and find out what's going on. Yeah, so this is back to the sign earlier that said to expect a bench, and the bench we found indeed. Whether there's any continuation past this point, though, I mean, there's this on the left. There might be something else, we're not really sure. There is a platform up above that we can see, but we don't have a good way to reach that unless we maybe manage to get all the way up to the top. Given the opening there, I actually think that might be possible. Oh, I couldn't tell if the top it has collision. But perhaps it doesn't. Okay, in which case we can't quite get up to the top location just yet. Clearly there is something there. We don't have a way there until we perhaps drop in from above. So let's just continue exploring, see what this does. Inviting me in. We'll check this side first, of course. And see where it takes me. Oh, that looks ominous over there. Very purple as well. Okay, lift system that goes all the way down here. Might be continuous with what we had skipped over earlier. We'll go there in a moment. I want to explore the rest of this area first. Can. This is something to step on, certainly. Also ominous. Oh, probably just releases this door here that might previously have been shut. Because I think this was where we initially came in. Pretty sure, in fact. So we just completed a circuit to head up and then back around. Which means we should explore this room a little more thoroughly. Whoops, nope, that's not what I meant to do. Well, I guess we'll ride and then we'll come back down the other side. Yeah, look at that. That looks awfully purple. Can't seem to activate the lift, but then get out around it, though. That might have been potentially quite helpful. Let's head on up and see what we can discover here. Oh. Stick bug over here. Might as well put it in the adventure journal. If it goes. Whoops. Okay. Oh yeah, it's one of those. That's why. We actually had already logged it. I didn't realize it was those ones with that attack pattern. It's funny because I'm mentally still thinking about the down diagonals that we had with the Hunter Crest sometimes when making those approaches. Okay. Exit out the left side. We don't want to take that just yet, though. We want to explore a bit over here if we can. So that looks interesting. These ones here. Very purple, I wonder why. Oh, that was not what I wanted to do. Nor was that. Long way back up. Okay, we're in trouble. But bench isn't far, is it? Where we came in? Well, the bench is just, you know, if we go back to the lift, so we can do that. And that one's going to try to approach us. What? I didn't know that could happen. It jumped up too close when it was outside the lift. Okay, well. I guess as we ride the lift back down, we can tap the cocoon and pop it that way. Bit of an awkward moment, perhaps, but you see? There we go. We would slap that one again for good measure. Yeah, you can absolutely approach that purple hive. Okay, we're playing really sloppy here. Whoops. Okay, getting in a little too close to everything. There we are. I'm sure we can build enough silk to get some of those points back. Whoop. Okay, see, there we go. No problem. Almost. Check some walls sometimes, just in case it looks soft. You know what? Slap it this way. That's fine. We should just take a peek to see what this room is like. Oh, okay, that could be something interesting. Let's do this first. NPC? Ray root. Shell. White mask. Red cloak. Bug. A living bug.
Benny Frank.
The bug I am, at least in part, but you are something quite different. I apologize if I have roused you from some deep slumber. Slumber. Long sleep, but now is the waking. Growth. Time of birth. The time of birth approaches. Heat bug. The time of birth approaches. Now let's find out more. Time of birth approaches. Now to right of the polyp. Bug. Only you are left. None more tread here. None. To the right. The polyp hearts. They are needed. Bring them here for the right. Okay, sure.
Juanita.
If you have knowledge or power to grant, I will aid you. These polyp hearts you desire, they can be found about the wood. Polyp hearts found in the wood. Yes, bug. Seek out the purple blooms inside the hearts. Well, I mean, we found the purple area, so possibly so. Time of birth approaches. Polyp hearts are needed. Bring them, bug, and power will be shared. Well, given that it was under similar circumstances through a quest in a given area that we got the floating cloak that we have now, this seems like it's probably worth doing. Let's take a look at the log. We need 6 the purple flowers of shellwood. I mean, surely that one counts. Can I break that? Yes, I can. Oh! I didn't realize it was so far down in health. Whoops. Wasn't even looking at that. Oh, you know what? We could have just dropped. So now that we've popped this open, now what? What did that even get me, apart from no more spawns? Nothing, it seems. Flowers of the shellwood, then. Those flowers? I don't know. Looks like it. Well, I feel like we need a much closer approach. These are definitely the flowers. One would think. Like, for example, some of these ones. There's the big one up top. Whoops. We better heal. Okay, so that's one. Got a lot more to fill. But if we follow the trail of some of the flowers that we see, then it leads to the polyp heart above that. So we should follow a similar logic here and traverse out of rooms accordingly. You know what? We'll leave that one. Yeah, give ourselves plenty of range for downward attack. And let's see. Well, this would be into. This was what we needed to turn that in. Kind of surprised the purple that we saw in the middle was nothing. But no flowers here, I guess. Just a nest. Yeah, kind of surprising that there's nothing in here at all. But There we go. Let's see what awaits over here. Oh, look, we'll get a map. Excellent. Needle child hack. I encountered a settlement near here at the core of a vein of old bells. The bugs there were snared silent on a web of silk. It seemed a pernicious trap of some unseen predator. I left quickly, making sure to avoid the glimmering threads. Hence, no map of the Bellheart just yet. I passed the town myself. The thread sickness, I've seen its like upon the roads, but there it does not discriminate. The curse that strikes the town is driven, focused, a cold use of silk at a concerning scale. If the path permits, I will investigate its source. Anyway, oh, okay, the Bellheart map actually will be given to us separately from the Shellwood map. We will absolutely buy both, which means we do need to expend some rosaries from our bead selection. So yeah, absolutely we'll get that. Then absolutely we'll pop some rosaries for the other one. So what are we at right now? We have 57. We'll pop one of the small ones. That'll give us just enough to work with. These root-woven roads show evidence of my master's passage. A thrice-crushed bug, a gouged wood, score prints of sharp claws passing. Small signs that only I can read. Though the trail is cold, it eases me to know she is still within this land. What if we get to fight her someday? Okay, so let's take a look at the map. This is what we've seen. And yeah, we saw that the upper location above the bench was out of reach, so maybe we'll lower something there that we can use. We did see above that exit to the Bellheart, that second path seemingly, I think we did see something like that along the wall earlier, but at least we have a sense of what our search range is for the polyps. Here's Bellheart. Bellheart, very small. Actually, that's all there is to Bellheart that we've mapped so far until we found a way to go into some of those other conjoining passages. So I guess we should just continue. Did I actually see that upward route in the middle of the Bellheart? I think I did. And of course we were around those lower passages as well. So, well, let's just continue. These looks like they're bounceable. But only once. And they're on a bit of a delay before they come back. Bench a little further. I guess we could do that first. Guess the expectation is that you wouldn't necessarily bounce up here right away, but... Oh, flea over there. I must get that. Just need to approach cautiously. Oh, ledge on the left side. I wonder if we get a bit more recoil off of the other dives, like the hunter that we could have worked with here. Now, down to the right side is the flea, so we probably should go for that first. But there is something up to the left, so... Just another one of those fake eggs. Tram station, yeah. Or Belby station, rather. We should definitely take that. Can we afford it? We pop the 60? Yes, we can. And more bells for the beast. Not going to fast travel just yet, but we'll explore this section a bit. See what kind of gate this is. That's interesting. I guess that'll be a connecting passage from some other zone returning that way as well. Or some other room. Can we actually get on top of this? We can. This drops below, doesn't it? Nope, not. It's just broken. Unless there's a way to break that open from below later, which could be the case. Oh yeah, flee down below. We should take care of that first, but well, since we're in a high position, let's do this first. This also looks ominous, potentially. Oh. Polyps to the left, though. We can take that. But that would require us to go up quite a bit higher. Possibly by wrapping around the next room. Yeah, we can see there's kind of a back passage if you follow this all the way to the right, the top right, and then take the top left entrance of the top right room. Let's go back and do the flea first, because that'll give us the 5th flea, and we're pretty close to the tram station if we want to cache it. I thought it was down here. On this side. Okay. Let's pop it that way. Save ourselves some fuss. Here we can deflect. Or just poke it from below. So you can deflect, but we're standing too close. Anyway. I think we need to get rid of this to rescue the flea. Or we could just deflect like that. Wish is updated, but of course we are not in the safest position at the moment. We can maybe try to go back to the fleas first and then come back and continue here since the station is so close. We would take the Marrow station or so. Yeah, maybe the Marrow doesn't connect upwards towards this. I mean, clearly to get through the Shellwood, we did require some of the traversal powers off of the Greymoor side already. It does look like it potentially connects down to Mossholm, though. It might drop back down below. But I kind of want to see the Lost Flea quest first if we can. Well, let's see if we can make it back there safely. despite everything. I mean, maybe it doesn't strictly expect that you have all of the traversal powers we do, given that everything here is, I think, more or less doable just with a dash jump and turn off some of the flowers. Maybe not this area here, getting to Trem. I think definitely requires, at the very least, the... Well, it requires a sprint. I don't think it requires to float necessarily. Yeah, let's catch the first flea quest, see what the fleas are all about. I'm sure there are a lot more and additional tiers of the flea quests, given how early we are in the adventure. It would be nice to see what exactly that rewards. One moment. Pardon another quick interruption. We'll be back in just a moment. Alright, let's see about those fleas. I haven't been back here in some time, actually. I see that even in the flea room there was a whole passage to the right that we, for some reason, had not traversed to yet at the time, probably just for lack of movement skills. Whoops. This bit would be in 2. That's above the other exit there. We're pretty close to a bench, but might as well heal for safety anyway. Ah, right, it was this area here. That's why we did nothing with it. Okay, let's see how they're doing with part of the caravan returned. Look, so many fleas have joined the caravan. What a miracle. We cannot thank you enough for honoring our humble wish. So what do we get? There's still many fleas for us to be united with, though, and we've rested long enough. The caravan must head higher. Okay, so it relocates if you collect a certain number, and then you have to cash in the next set at another point. Oh, but stranger, how remiss of me. I introduced myself earlier without ever asking for your own name. Forgive me, please. What shall we call you? You may call me Hornet, the Flea Master. Know that I, like you, am glad to see your fellow fleas safe with your caravan. These are dangerous lands to travel alone. I still have a long journey ahead of me. If I come across any more fleas, I will assist where I am able. Oh, Vavenda, that is to say incredible. What a beautiful thing for me to hear. Dear friend, Miss Hornet, our caravan must be away now toward the wide moor high above. Would you travel with us as our honored guest? Travel with the flea caravan? Why not? Let's see where it goes. Interesting, it's kind of like an alternate route through the map, perhaps. And then you can see where the next destination is instead of having to hunt for it. So yeah, why not? Let's just travel. Excellent, excellent. Let us make preparations and be off without delay. Rouse yourself, please, for the caravan roams once more. Very interesting. And do we get any movement while we ride, or no? It's basically a cutscene where we ride with fleas. Where does that bring us? The journey here was long, but we didn't lose a single flea. I'm told it's good luck to bring a guest along when traveling, so we must have you to thank. I trust the trip was agreeable for you. A pleasure, perhaps, nestled in with our dear little ones. Now, given the rain effect, this must be in Greymoor. We've traveled already, I think. They certainly make for energetic travel companions. I've not often had opportunity to socialize with such spirited sorts. Splendid, and now you must go and see Grishkin sitting there by the bubbling cauldron. After long travel, we drink to revive our spirits. So, I mean, yeah, we are in Greymoor, and the caravan is located right at the entrance of Belhart. Let's drink. Budeshna, Miss Hornet, is it? Welcome to our new camp. The traveling is done, and so we drink. There's no better way to revive spirit than to drink the famous flea brew. I just finished a batch, bubbling and warm. Our friend, finder of lost little fleas. Take a bottle of flea brew with you. It'll keep you warm while you travel. I'm always brewing here, as I have no fear to drink plenty and return whenever you are wanting more. Alright, so flea brew, what does it do? It is a charm, and it replaces red. Temporarily increases the speed of movement and attacks. I actually like that better than... I mean, we never used a straight pin. Wonder if it's off the same controls. And yeah, it is up in our... This one is the same. So yeah, we can actually just buff ourselves with a brew. And we can just come back for reserve. I wonder if we have to pay for reserve. Maybe not. I don't know. When you finish drinking, well, I mean, we might as well. Whoops. Stand aside so we can actually... I see, and it has that indication there that tells you. Oop. And you're kind of particularly swift now. Very powerful stuff. So can we fill... Ah, okay, so it does cost quite a bit. Reserve 30 out of 30. Then what happens when we stop? Then it taps into your reserve. Okay. That makes sense. So we shouldn't just use it indiscriminately. But it taps into a resource the way that the projectiles tap into the shell shards. Interesting system. Let's not accidentally activate it too much. Yeah, just a speed buff for when we need it. Well, given that we're here, back to Belhart it is, probably. What was even here previously in this vast open space? We didn't see it very long ago. Oh, this was the area that we cleared when we got through Moorwing. So I guess until you get through Moorwing, you can't actually bring them up here, presumably, because this was the boss room. I wonder at this land, something heavy hangs above like shadow. I hope the little fleas have not much danger here. I mean, perhaps you can't even get the fifth flea until you get to this point. Not that we've been that exhaustive, but that would be one way to constrain it, such that you can't actually reach this location soon. Now, if we enter, what happens? Are we able to do anything here? Want for shelter from the thick gray air. is heavy and wet. I'm worried for the little flea's health in this land. And they make play in the filthy water. I say to them stop, but they just laugh and splash at me. They are lack respect.
Magina Fora.
Most bugs instinctively obey those with strength and will. Speak with authority, or your commands may go unheeded. Really, it's Flea Master's job to teach the fleas such. We'll just have rest here until it is time to move on. Any other interaction? Strange beasts prowl these grey lands. I hear them roar and shriek outside camp. It is best to stay inside and be quiet. So yeah. Yeah, so I'm guessing that maybe you're just not able to find that many fleas until you have passed this point. Makes a certain amount of sense. So yeah, there is kind of a pretty defined linear path then through the zones to go Greymore to Belhart to Shellwood, which makes me wonder about those other rooms we haven't seen yet in the Marrow, although I think we'll try to finish the Shellwood polyp quest first before we mess around with that too much. I also kind of want to see if the other location that was seen on the Belhart map is what I think it is. Nope. If you go in here, that's where you are. Then, if we dropped down below like we did earlier, does that take us to the part of the map that is disconnected? It does. But we never did find out where the other side drops in, so. Probably from the other hut. And since this is not open, maybe eventually we have to enter that from below. Unless there's a way to uncover this. Yeah, possibly there's some way to ascend through shafts at some point. Getting into a bit of a rough position here. Wow, getting hit by everything. Let's just go back. Turn tail for a moment. Did we actually wind up following this all the way to its proper conclusion? We did go as high as we could. Map doesn't seem to reveal anything else. Oop, nope. Double check thoroughly just in case. Yeah, we've been here, we checked that. Nothing else to look at for now, I think, obviously. Some things will open up. Now, we might as well scan this zone for the purple flowers. I don't think we had any, though. I'm not convinced we checked that thoroughly, not knowing. what any such flowers might have been for. Yeah, because I think we had checked what we could in this part of the area initially, but oh, I see purple flowers, so possibly, yeah, we need to follow that area up top. I see no way to get up there currently with what I have. That's clearly what the target will be, so... maybe another passage to take us up there. From... slightly above, like maybe wrapping back down on the other side here. Can't tell yet. We might not have the correct traversal power for it, but do see where the flower is. Just no way of reaching it with what I have. Oop. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be a way through. Unless there's some passage up that we haven't been able to consider yet. Because that might put a damper on our ambitions to complete that quest for the moment. Anyway, here we've been to. We've gone down below. We know we can't quite reach up above, but then we can wrap around because we're fairly close to that location. Let's just explore more of the zone. Oh, stood way too close. Whoa, standing way too dangerously. Nope, just trying to go around. That's okay, we're right by the bench. Except I didn't take that bench, did I? I didn't. Yeah, we didn't wrap up to it, so... I was trying to get into a location to heal there, and we just know where to stand. Well, we spent most of those rosaries, so we don't stand to lose too much, I don't think, but hope we should have stayed at a lower level. Still hanging around here. So we didn't follow the sign to the bench earlier. Thinking that maybe we should wrap around the top side first. Given that we forgot to take that bench in the top middle once again, maybe we should heed that. And just see what is here. This wraps upstairs. This looks Significant. Spare a song for those who lay here silent. By strength abandoned, they fell before the final ascent. NPC? Or boss? Enemy. Just one who collects a lot. We better scale up. Think you can out-collect our rosaries, can you? Oh. Alright, that at least. Luckily. Oh, not so much for that. Let's do a bit of hit and run here. Since he's not coming down. Let's try to heal up the next hit. Stood too close. Oh, totally whiffed that. Too bad. Given that dug so deep into her bank of silk. Okay, good. Just one poke away. Lots of rosaries to collect as well. Now about that bench. I mean, I guess this was just rosaries. Not much else to look at here yet. Yeah, just looting the fallen pilgrims, I guess. So there clearly is a passage to the left. We can see... Oh no, okay, I was thinking about the top part of the map by where the station is. Oh, that would have been worth checking then. We didn't actually go to the left there, I don't think. This area, however, I think we've possibly seen it fill up for the moment, so we should maybe try to go to that other bench, but it is a bit far. Pretty close to a lot of fighting over here, though, so... And some spears that we have to deal with. I think we need to hit something easy here, too. Ride back up, perhaps, and take the bench in the next room. Okay. Yeah, let's just take the lift back up. Assuming we don't get hit by spears over here, of course. This one's no friend of the spiders below, it seems. We need to go around. And hopefully not get hit on the way up, because that would be, once again, very concerning. And yeah, let's just hit the bench so we at least have a more proximate respawn point before we go to the next bench that was flagged on the map. Oh, standing way too close once again. Good aim on this guy. Very good aim. If only ours were as true. Oh. Superb aim, actually. To an extent that is very concerning. Oh. Okay, let's do that. Single tap there will do it. Yeah, we can just cross that way. maybe get around. Anything? Well, there's this. Couldn't these have been tilted or pushed or something? Tilted. This one seems stuck. We release the obstruction. No, this is just a platform. Bench fairly soon, though. Or so we're told. I mean, you know, this looks slightly concerning. But let's see it. Just enough to pay. Oh, wait, no. That was... Okay, no, that strings it together to beat. I paid for the wrong thing. We actually wanted to pay here. How much? 60. Okay, so we kind of wasted 20 because we need to pop those right away. Whoops. Shouldn't have just clicked on the first thing I saw. That's okay. We spent 20. That's easy to get back. Luckily, we can still afford it. Yeah, I don't want to click so greedily. I mean, the bench was right here. We know what these look like. It was really unnecessarily wasteful. So at this point, oh, this does connect to Bone Bottom. And if it does, then why don't we sit on the bench again too? See how the adjacent map is going to look. Yeah, so we extended this by quite a bit now that we've the whole central column going. We know how to get back to Shellwood further by train as well, and so, not by train, by Bell Beast. And so we actually could just drop back down to Bone Bottom and continue there. I also see that in the previous room there was some kind of top location going up. We did not see that. Don't know if it's reachable to us yet, but yeah, it would require us to dash off of this, maybe. No. These look like wall jump locations, which would also explain the narrow column ascents that are possible elsewhere on the map that we've seen so far. Well, might as well see what's here. Yeah, it seems like the column goes quite a ways up too, past this point. Well, there's something on the left, we might as well see it, since it's clearly on the map. Wormways. Okay, very similar to that other worm-filled location in the first game, maybe. You know what, let's push through and see what happens. Okay. See what else we can uncover. Okay, well, Dead Bug's purse. How much? Allows the bearer to retain some rosaries upon defeat. On every defeat? Oh, I see. No, it's at one of the charms. So I think, well, I mean, you know, it depends on how much trouble we're having getting back to where we usually are. Getting back to the locations where we take a dive, rather. Leave the cocoon behind. Oops. Anyway, I do hear mapping close by, so we should obviously go for that. Hopefully we can pay for it. Greetings, Shakuro. It was a welcome surprise to hear your call echoed through these crumbling tunnels. How goes the search for your master? Janka, it is a difficult task to track anything in these caverns while the worms ceaselessly churn the rock. Still, I can see that my master has traveled here. Her path within this land winds strangely. I wonder at her intent.
Nera Pashma.
It is no matter, though. She can enlighten me when again we meet. Until then, I will continue in her shadow. Okay, Wormways map. I don't think we can afford it. Not even accounting for the mistake we made. Clear. Because we can only get up to 36, so we will have to get back here. What's the point to pay for this map?
Mieszko.
On the other hand, now that we've found her location, I wonder if it's something purchasable in town later. No, we'll have to go back here. This is the first time I have not been able to afford a map. But let's keep going. And take the other side. Whoop. No. Okay. Getting a bit low on health. Need to tap something soon for that additional silk. Do have an exit here at least. I don't know if there's a reason to take that middle path, but let's just see this. We farm some rosaries off of this guy. So we don't get hit. Okay, environmental damage, that works. Can't quite reach. Don't think so anyway. I don't see anywhere else to land on. Luckily we can just grab those rosaries from afar. Yeah, it looks soft and breakable. Glad we checked. However, okay, yeah. Oh, flee, okay. Well, as pilgrims, we can collect rosaries off them, and that'll be helpful. Look at this mossy one here. Yeah, we can just dodge and then swipe in like that. That works. That gives some silk, actually, so... Poor flea. It's very alarmed. Now it's content. He was looking very distressed. Well, let's see if we can open this up. Is this something permanently open? Yeah. I see. Okay, no, this leads you back down to the passage that we saw much earlier. So now we have a fast way up here, which is great because we can farm some rosaries again. We have a fast way up here from the Bone Bottom station. Now, is there something that we would want to return to Bone Bottom to see? We're actually just very short in rosaries. Very few short. Maybe take out one or two more of those speeder throwers. But it does mean that we have an easy way back up here without going through all the worm tunnels. Who knows what we've respawned over here as well. a matter of timing over here. Oh, yeah. I don't know if these ones drop rosaries. I wouldn't assume they do. Let's heal. Don't need very many, just need about 10. No, they don't drop, but we do get some silk back. It's too bad because if we hadn't made that mistake earlier with stringing bees together unnecessarily, we would have enough for the map right now. Ooh. Burrowing in my face. That's okay, we're pretty close to enemies who do drop more. If we go back to the Shellwood. I mean, we can always take the short way back to the Wormways. We haven't really explored more of this section on the way down yet, have we? I guess? No, we have, because the other Wormways exit. Well, now that we know Wormways is the zone over there, we have seen that exit before. And all we've done is loop back up here to the Shellwood, but it does create that passage to the Shellwood for us. So given that, back to the Shellwood it is, I think. Well, the humor, welcome. It's been pretty interesting here. Oop. Okay, so... Oh, whoops. Let's back over to this side. Just short of currency, and then we will want to go back to the Wormways to complete that map. It would have been simpler to just go down to Bone Bottom and then farm some more enemies close by down there, but we have unfinished business in the Shellwood, so up we go. Game's as good as the first one? Oh yeah, it's very much the same kind of, vast openness where you can just follow your whimsy and think you're taking a side path and then get sidetracked for hours and hours. Some really interesting combat encounters so far as well. Okay, so yeah, we've previously seen this passage here. Well, given that we dropped down anyway, let's maybe consider where we can get those remaining rosaries for the worm map. Probably a good opportunity to check one of those locations at Amara that we couldn't hit earlier. I think though both of those, I guess we couldn't reach for it because we didn't have anything that could cover that height, so might not be that useful. But we can take the fast travel system, as I was saying, and continue into Shellwood and perhaps try to fill in a little more of the polyp quest. We were worried it would be a little rushed. Yeah, that's understandable. I mean, given how quickly they moved to capitalize on all the hype reception of the first game. Okay, Shellwood is where we want. There we go. So we didn't check the left side previously. Oh, yes, we did. It's just this gate. Okay, that's why we didn't uncover that part of the map. And then dropping to the right. Here. Okay, that's one room that we hadn't covered. Whoops. So what do we not see? This one. Oops. Oh. We don't even need to use that. We can just float. Ooh, mask fragment. If I'm not mistaken. It's kind of nice because if we get up to 300, we can now afford the one remaining one in the shop too. I'm actually finally complete an additional mask piece for the first time in this game. Whoops, totally flubbed that. That's okay. We don't actually need to defeat those, we just need to get back out. Push it back a little bit. Doesn't really even take that many hits. And is susceptible to the environmental damage that is available all over the place here. Oops, oh, yikes. There's excited you were saying, oh, I guess that mask fragment might have been new to you, perhaps. Who knows? Whoops. Now we know there was one polyp that we seemingly couldn't really reach anyway, so I don't know how much of the quest will fill here. The main thing is that we do want that one-ways map as soon as we can afford it. And that will probably take priority over the health pool. We'll want to go up here. And drown this guy. Wow, poor fellow over there. Let's go up. I see flowers. Clearly something flower related going on here with the purple petals coming in from above. I need to hit that continuously. Maybe I do. Or maybe it'll just go down after a few more hits. Oops. Hang on. Let's do a little bit of floating. Make this work. Can you imagine if I still tried to do this with the original Hunter Crest diagonal that we had so much trouble with? Well, to humor, you were saying the occasional risk of watching Metroidvania streams is accidental learning. Yeah, I mean, you know, if you're watching the streams at all, you know what you're signing up for. Even if you've finished games already, you discover other things like routes and speed tricks, and so on. Okay, there we go. That's the second polyp heart. Now, we'll try to connect that passage to the right, and then maybe there's a shortcut down to the bench that we can establish. Be ideal. That looks concerning. But yeah, this clearly would be a drop down to the bench. I just don't know if we can establish a shortcut. Doesn't seem like we can. Oh. At least not yet. Clear it. Can we actually tap it when it's out like that? Yeah, we can. We jump a little bit higher. Here we go. Oh, whoops, that was unnecessarily risky jumping in that early. And this is another lift that will... Ah, if I activate this, then maybe we have a new station that opens down below that can then loop back up. Now I see a middle passage there that we should drop towards. Okay, that's newly available. But then we'll need to drop around it for middle passage. Now, how will we do that? The lift is up here. I guess we'd have to call it from down below, but then how would we get back up? Interesting conundrum. Because, as you can see, there is clearly, well, something to obtain over there and something to sneak in between over there, so... But I don't think I can activate the lift and get out of it in time, and so... What we would need to do is lower this, and then find a way to go back up. That would actually allow me to loop. On the other hand, if I get out of this room and go all the way around, I wonder if it preserves this position of the lift. Because if it does, then that solves the problem. We just need to wrap all the way around the zone. I think that's worth discovering to see if it works. I actually don't know if this state is preserved. I think it is, because look at how this lift works, right? It actually stays down because it was previously down. I think this will absolutely work. Okay, let's keep up with this, and just knock it back from time to time. There we go. Oh, whoops, too far to the left. Let's get rid of this. Just reduce problems and complications. Yeah, let's not jump into these too early as we saw it earlier, so we wrap back around. Head back over to that lift location, and it should stay down. And preserve state. Oh, also, this was not where we were trying to go. This is where we collected it earlier. Yeah, we do want to continue still. Couldn't quite drown this one conveniently this time. That lovely aerial combo. Now made possible by our moveset. Yeah, we do not want to step on a switch. We want to float around it. And down to... we have a collectible rosary string. That's very helpful. And that opens up the passage here. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Maybe this was breakable from this side all along? No, maybe it's one way, and then this just gives you a way up without having to do the entire loop. Manipulate the lift. Actually, I'm not quite clear on what that gets us. I guess if the lift is up here, well, then you call it from down below. Well, then why would you need to go through that middle passage? I guess it's just a simpler return path. But I actually don't see the point of that middle passage. I don't know what it offers to us traversal-wise. Anyway, let's continue. I see more flowers. Surely a sign of another part of the objective. This is slightly out of reach once again. Oh, oops. You need to hop on these. Let's go down below, but it looks like it just goes down below to where we were previously, so... Quality humor, you're saying, even though it's nearly the same, you like the Silksong visuals a lot more. There's a lot more going on in terms of foreground animations, I find. Like with a lot of those filters and here with the falling petals and everything, just a lot of activity going on screen. Okay, who are we fighting? Sister Splinter. Okay, get out of there. Okay. Just dash out of those. Oh, no, she does show me where she's going. Now, how do I get out of that, though? Oh, we need to cut these. Yeah. Oh, whoops. Ran right into that. Yeah, we just need to cut those in time. That isn't too bad. And maybe she'll give me something like a traversal power that will get us through the rest of the polyps, and it looks kind of like it would have to be something that's movement-wise equivalent to a wall jump. But the game does have a way of taking me by surprise sometimes when it comes to what exactly the traversal solutions will be. As we saw in Craw Lake. Oh, nope. I was trying to change my mind about where to go there. Oh, well. That's okay. We'll get Silk off of the respawn cocoon. Yeah, you see, look at this. It totally looks like it's something that if you obtain a wall jump soon, then you get to ride out over here. The side ones come back immediately, but then this part of the fight, I think we're... Okay. It's not too bad at the moment, but, you know, future phases could get complicated. Oh, too close. Oh, standing too close under. Just trying to get in position for the swipe, and we didn't do too well with that. Phase 2, maybe? Phase 2 for sure. Oh, that's a lot to deal with all of a sudden. I haven't faced any of these before. Just poke them both. Nope, stood too close. Can't just overlap like that. Well, the humor said foreground has been upgraded the most, but also the colors and just a splash of red in the center. Yeah. I mean, yeah, Hornet just being her own highlight. I hadn't thought about how much that does for the readability, actually. That you've got this incredible contrast between Hornet and the surrounding environments, even in zones with warmer tones like the lava in the deep docks. But yeah, there are a lot of subtle changes to things like dynamic interactions with the environments as well that we've seen. Okay. Let's not stand too close when we want to take a swipe. Oh. Create space. Oh, wrong way. I dashed the wrong way. It was unfortunate. That's what happens when I'm not that accustomed to playing stick. Yikes, yeah, and then you just get smoked. Okay, that was unfortunate. That was a pretty poor attempt. That's the same mistake I made last time. I changed my mind about whether we could make the jump halfway through and then ended up taking a hit. Exact same mistake. Oh, whoops. Shouldn't have run into that. I don't know why we did that. We just needlessly took a hit right at the beginning of the fight. That's okay. It just means we need to use Silk for a heal initially. We're standing way too close. Way too close. Yeah, we actually get some Silk back, actually. There's standing too close. Standing too close. I keep underestimating how wide the claw swipe is. So yeah, the early attempt was the best. When we were still reading it cautiously. Okay, let's not be so sloppy this time about the approach. Yeah, it's kind of interesting that, you know, playing the Reaper Crest seems to be a strict upgrade over Hunter. I guess it depends on what kind of movement you're most comfortable with. Yeah, we'll break things whenever we can. Oh, just standing too close. Yeah, she kind of tracks the player's initial position. Just take a few more swipes. Oh, nope. Probably shouldn't have stood there when she dropped in from on top. Okay, so phase 2, that's going to have the added spawn. Oh. Yeah, we previously just took those out with the spears, and that seems to work a lot better. Because if you don't go fast enough, she will come back quickly. And, yeah. Having enough silk available for the spear against those seems to be pretty critical, but that's, you know, if you aren't burning the silk on heals already, so. Just need to dodge a little more cleanly in phase 1, which is very easy to dodge. It's not a hard pattern. Just requires a bit of caution. Because if we can have a full bank of silk, ideally a full bank of health, going into the ad phase, then we can clear them out pretty efficiently. That is contingent on us dodging everything first, so let's see. Oh, nope, it stood right in that. Nope, stood too long. We only really had time for 3 swipes, so I was being a little too besty there going before. Oh, just dashed too far. I have to watch her dash direction sometimes. Okay, only 2 swipes there. Ad phase. Oh, nope. Caught. Okay, we're not in good shape. But yeah, you can take her out instantly with a spear. I think that has to be the way to do it, but then we need to build up enough silk to deal with the heal. Okay, a little bit of a problem now. She's spawning that quickly. Okay. Yeah, I had to prioritize it over healing, I think. Clearing space is more important. Okay. Oh, missed it. Okay, good. Even though we've been down on 1 mask the whole time. And haven't been able to get a hit in recently. Okay, nope. Oh, stood too close. I was actually fine. I was trying to do a backdash to escape, and then we should have just stayed on the column there. That's the right idea, though. Even if you're on low health, clear the ants first with a spear. Because we can usually afford the spear after just 1 or 2 taps, and it does instant kill them, so we can catch a few at once. I think that has to be the right idea. Because dodging the boss's main claw pattern is not bad, as long as we're not trying to jump around anything else. And not trying to be too risky about how many swipes we can take or how many vines we can smash. Yeah, I can't break the side, of course. To escape the room, at least I don't think so. Let's spawn back in instantly. Yeah, always clear his space if we can. Space. Okay, stand out of the way. Now we we've got a full bank of resources for the first ad phase. Just gonna spawn 2. Would have been nice to catch him with 1 spear, but we'll take that. It's possible to hit them both at once. Oh, nope. 2 hits from there. That's unfortunate. Okay. Yeah, that fell apart quickly, actually. I was just trying to get in position to get enough silk to do a single spear hit. Yeah, if we had caught both of the first 2 spawns with a single spear, then we would have had resources to clear quickly, and that would have gotten us out of a lot of that trouble. But we can't always depend on that, so we just need to build the silk back up a little bit faster, I think. Okay. Oh, standing too close. Overcommitting to the dash attack a little bit. We're getting that uppercut and maybe delaying ourselves a little bit too long. In terms of getting back to the position of safety. Okay, we cannot heal yet. We have to do the ad phase first. Spears. Spears take priority. Okay. Missed. Can't really afford to miss like that. But there is friendly fire, like there was with Savage Beastfly. So she's doing friendly fire to the ads. That does solve some problems. Missed. Really could not afford that miss. Yeah, so sometimes, as long as we don't let the ads spin into us, the bosses' friendly fire might take care of them. We just can't always depend on that. As again we discovered with the Beastfly fight as well. Okay. Again, let's just not dash into wrong places. Okay. Oh, wrong way. Almost. Not my intended way, anyway. Even though we did escape safely. Okay. Yeah, you can kind of get her between swipes if you're careful, but it's a bit risky. Okay, new phase. Nope, missed. Really can't afford that miss. Nope, you can kind of parry that, but that was just a mess after we missed. Yeah, because those do hit for 2 mass if you get caught in the spin, so... Really can't afford to leave the ads on the board. But yeah, the downward thrust for the jumps seemed a lot saner today after acquiring the Reaper crest. Forgot about that initial hit on the first Divine spawn. Tight spacing, rather. A little bit of friendly fire actually broke that for me, though. Can't go for too many swipes in between. Okay, spears. When we can. Yeah, we can't really necessarily depend on catching a bow for one spear, which means we need to build up silk as soon as we can for the next one. Luckily, the next one didn't spawn right away, but it was unfortunate that we took that hit. Okay. Yeah, I have to swipe the boss to build silk for the next ad. That's the idea. I'm going to take the risk to heal here. But that was probably a bad idea, given that we have an ad here right away. However, we could hit that quickly. Oh, standing too close. Okay, good. Stand up instantly. It has to be spears against those, I think. It's just... I think spears are approximately triple strength, I want to say. Spears will actually take out the mines as well. Whoa, that was too close. Close. So what's going on now? That's a lot more going on. You know what? Clear space with the spears. Oh, nope. That was really unfortunate. Friendly fire will take hit. Oh, got caught. That was pretty far along, though. By far the best attempt by a very, very wide margin. I think when all divines drop, you do try to clear as many as possible together with the spear, and then that actually buys enough time to build up some of that silk again off the boss. And that will, in theory, pay for itself. But yeah, as long as the spear hits on the ads are accurate, that gets us out of a significant amount of trouble. Quality Humor, you haven't played this, but you guessed that must have been close. Yeah, given that the boss was just falling down there at the end. It felt like we were maybe just a few taps away, perhaps. It felt like the last phase. That was clearly sort of an Act 3 of the pattern. And you know, this doesn't actually feel that difficult now that we have tactics for it. We had some fights that gave us tons of trouble yesterday. But today everything has been relatively efficient. Obviously a lot of avoidable mistakes here that we're still making, but... Okay. Now, spears first. Okay. And just build up. However, if she spawns more right away, then we get into trouble. missed. But friendly fire took it, so... As long as we don't let them get close enough to spin, then we should be okay. I'm kind of over-dashing into the wrong location sometimes. Okay, got out. It was a bit too close positionally. Okay. Here's the massive vine phase. Cleared them all with spears. Oh, no. Stand in the right location there. I'm not going to risk the heal. I think we're going to actually just bear with it with a single mask. Okay. Okay, down. Away. Like, we've simplified it back to the phase 1 pattern. For the most part, we have to heal. I have to stop this one. Oh, that might have been a mistake. Given that we're back to 1 already. Yeah. That threw me off. We should have stuck to the plan, actually. Even if we stayed on 1 mask, we should have stuck to the plan. I was thinking I had to heal at that point and we just have to fight the next ad the normal way, or just build up enough silk in time, but clearly a mistake. Because if I'm running around dodging or chasing the additional spawn, then I'm also not keeping my eye on the vines coming down. The thorns everywhere. And so, that was very, very close, it seemed. And unfortunately, just a few missed dodges on claws as well got us into trouble. Staying on one side and trying to catch as many vines as possible with the spear at the end in the seeming third phase seemed critical here. That was once again a directional mistake. We're going to heal now while the ads are not a factor. Oh. Yeah, take the first phase slowly, I think, because if you're not in the second phase yet... Well, we've been hit by it so much this run. Oh, stood too close again. Yeah, this attempt has been a mess. Absolute mess. Absolute mess. Yes. Okay, we need a fresh start in that one. This does not seem like a difficult boss. We just have been making avoidable mistakes with things like dashing in the wrong direction. I mean, that's just, you know, hands being out of sync when playing stick. But we're kind of in the middle of one movement and we don't finish the reversal before I hit the dash. Too close. Couldn't be standing that close. I was about to say that's perfect so far, but then we just stood too close to the fall. Okay, add phase. Have to hit. Missed. Nope. And yeah, the thing is, that kind of tornado pattern, that really gets me into trouble. Have to hit. No choice there. I was about to say would need a heal soon, but yeah, again, if you miss it with a spear, things fall off the plan pretty quickly. We have a clear plan, we have a clear best approach. But mistakes have been made. Like standing too close on the drop after a fairly perfect phase 1. Go for the occasional extra swipe. Okay, down. That's a lot better. Nope. Okay, good. Just need to stand back sometimes so I don't spin. If I look like I'm whiffing on those, better to position myself further away on the spear. If it's possible, of course, depending on the ball pattern as well. Not having to expend silk on heals or worry about doing so is significantly nicer on this fight. Okay, stand back. And then we're ready for more Fs. Yeah, because then they don't get out of control in terms of numbers. Okay. So let's just break now. Give ourselves lots of room. Stand back. Whoa, whoa, what was that? Oh, that's new. I hadn't seen that attack previously. Oh no, that's not an attack. I buffed myself. I accidentally buffed myself with the drink. So that was actually beneficial. I gave myself a speed buff. I just thought I'd been momentarily poisoned or something with the animation. Okay, need to stand back. And the fire took that. Good. Saved me the trouble. Okay, good. Seems like the fight is kind of tuned around, you know. Oh, whoops, that was a whiff. The ad's potentially going out of control. And the fact that we've kept him under control has made this comparatively easy. That was dashing the wrong way. That was a potentially very critical mistake, actually. That was also a potentially critical mistake, given that we've whiffed multiple times in this now. Okay, got it back to standard way. No. We're in trouble. But perhaps the final hit. Good. I thought we were close. But that was an awful lot of damage on the last phase that was very avoidable. Just starting with one erroneous dash and then everything just kind of started getting into problems. You see, the thing is, if you're not taking hits, the resource management is easy. You just use the spear and then you get enough silk back in time to use the next spear and there's no problem. Once you start taking hits, then you start making decisions like, you know, should I actually heal up? Should I save up? What do I do? Anyway, thank you for the GG's. GG's, rather. And let's not die to the other creatures that are imminently here. This gets up to the top position here. This is going to be close enough to spawn something. How close does it get? Okay, it doesn't go that close, actually, so we can actually just reach and also heal before we do anything really silly. We don't want to drop down there because that is the path that does not continue here. Wait, where do we go then? Let's take a look here. We started in this position. Yeah, we have to continue down this path then. And that this opened up. Because it was here that we couldn't reach previously, I think. And that gets you close to some flowers down there, but we don't want to hit that yet until we've dealt with this location, I think. Let's go up before falling down. And then we'll go with polyps. Oh, whoops. Maybe dash into that. Oh, whoop. That was a mistake. I accidentally hit the R button for the drink. So we've been using those speed buffs accidentally, pretty much. Now we can get some silk off of this, but do we want to risk it? Yes, we do. Yeah, you don't need to hit at the head. You can just hit in the middle, and that seems to do enough. Yeah, polyp down below, but we want to go up first. See what this is. Oh. Okay. Maybe we should have gone for the polyp first. Since it was right there. But that's okay. This, as long as we can reverse through these paths, then I'm concerned. Plus rosaries up top as well. This is a lengthier platforming sequence than I expected. Let's see if we can just take it with a spear. Okay, so this goes up to another polyp actually. Oh, whoa. So we should have taken the previous one because the whole point is, I think the ability you get off the zone has to be off of all of the polyps. It just makes sense, I think, to do the high position first. But we're getting into some trouble here. Okay, just need to get in rhythm. Same with the next one. Also, let's heal first. Oh. Oh, we're seeing more flowers. As we approach purple petals, then we'll know we're close. first in the bottom one. There we go. That down below rosaries, okay. We should go for that on the way back down, not here, because then we have to do the whole loop. Once again, very thankful for going Reaper here. Maybe that was another bad decision, like maybe we should have gone for that first. Oh no, we'll get a special ability here. Okay. My guess, given what we've seen in this zone, is wall jump. Because we know one of the polyps is locked behind something that looks like that. But we are going to get a major ability. Daughter of a distant land, we who remained have waited long. Find our strength yours. Reclaim the future of our haunted kingdom. Or something that equivalently gives us a motion akin to the wall jump. Cling grip, yeah. So it is wall play. Cling to sheer surfaces and leap to rapidly scale heights. So it's a bit of a wall run, I guess. Or, well, actually, no. It looks like a wall jump, where you can actually do the wall climb now. Yeah, there was just way too much in this zone that looked like that. And look at that. Because you can cling to the wall, you can do the floats for the same side wall jump. Kind of like you can with dashing around with a shade in Hollow Knight itself. We should continue here momentarily, but I know that there are things that we want to double back to. And yeah, when there's no wall, then you can't wall cling, obviously. So there will be some kind of return path through a loop here, it seems. Oh, okay. We know a spear take those out, so. Also, is there something down here? We should check. Rosaries, we'll take them. This just looks like a continuation further here, but then, nope. This looks like if you want to exit down, that's the way you loop back. We don't want to do that. We want to go back first. Of course, that could always open up some other passage. But yeah, we should go back to recover some of the things we skipped now that we have a bit more traversal power. A little triple hop there. Not that we need the shells in this location, but... Oh. Oh, come on. Just trying to catch that. And we didn't even catch that. That's okay. And here's the purple. That's not one of the polyps, though. We didn't see what the purple spawns were about in the previous area either. Also, yeah, you can't actually bind when you're in the water like that. So to heal up, we're going to go up here. And we'll take the nest. Maybe taking the nest will open a passage or something. Open. Nope. Having some problems. Come on. Let's just spear this. Okay, bad idea. Bad idea. We are low in health now. Okay, this is not looking good. We should have opened up that passage back to the bench, I think. Because now we're in perilous shape. But a wall jump up from the bench, now that we know how to wall jump, would connect the paths back here, so maybe it's not too bad. As long as we can get back up safely. Oh, no, jumped right into it. Okay. Back to the bench. Or actually, no, back to this location. Okay, never mind. Right, because whenever you have major development in your powers, like at the chapels as well, that is where you return. But we will want to not totally blow this way back up. Okay, here we go. As we discovered, those only take 3 hits, but we still wanted to spear them. Okay. There we go. Creates a passage. We better not fight these, but oh well. It's okay, we'll get rid of them. Okay, and here we go. There's one. So we know that we should back up because that's where we actually skipped the polyp earlier. And also something else optional that I noticed. Oh yes, the rosaries. That was a bit further down though. Let's check this side first. Then this loops down here. Right, this was where we went on the way up. Except now we can go up this way. That solves a few of those problems. So previously we went this way. This was what I was looking for, the rosaries here. Then we can head back up this way, except we wanted to go back to the part at the boss earlier. And which way was that? Let's see. It was down here, I think. We just weren't sure we should go for that location yet at the time, but it is down here. Yeah, I think that's all we wanted. And we should head back up to the top right location from there. How many hearts are we on? 4? Yeah. We know there was a 5th one that required something like a wall jump that we saw in one of the earliest rooms. I think if we just continue along those paths, we would have the right idea. Oh yeah, this was just a boss room. We wanted to go further up. Actually, further up to the right of the boss room, that might be something. Let's take a look. Because now we know what to do with this. That might actually loop back to, yeah, this is where we were about to loop back down earlier. So, okay, that just merges us with something that we've already completed. In that case, we proceed down through the loop. And see what we can do on this side. Like here, for instance, we can get on that wall. This looks like it's breakable. All the way back to Belhart. Okay, so that's the way you would go about it. But we want to finish the polyps first, so. Ooh. And we'll just create more of the connecting passages. That is quite something. It's quite further along in Belhart too, so or we can just bop on this and ride it up. Whoa, that's concerning. Anyway. Let's actually go back and finish the polyp quest first. At least we've mapped out a little bit of this, so we can potentially uncover the shape of that room at the next bench. We do have unfinished business over here. Oh, careful with the spikes. Shard bundle, that's it. Okay. I guess so. Looping back to the bench is probably best, I think, and then we can try to find the remaining polyps. We know the location of one of them, and then probably we'll... Yeah, it was in the room that is in the lower right. Possibly we'll catch another one that was previously unreachable on our way back there. And Silksong, you were saying it's an iconic wall jump? Aren't they all? Oh, I guess we actually kind of shortcut our way to this earlier. By doing that whole sequence where we lowered the lift and went all the way around. Didn't need to do that. Now knowing what we do. But anyway, let's go for that set of flowers that we had seen. Which was previously just at a reach here. So we're missing one. We'll just have to go through all the rooms until we see more flowers. I mean, you see flowers down here, just not the purple ones. Also, now we can see how we mapped a proportion of Belhart and how it connects. So that'll be a natural continuation once we finish this immediate quest here. Might be something through that central column drop. Is that something we would not have previously been able to traverse, maybe? Now in this area, I think we had previously found the polyp here. I don't know if it's one per room, it might not be. Because we had done the one on the right side. Let's just continue in each room. Probably is that central column climb that is a little further along. So much traversal flexibility now that we have at our disposal. Oops. Come on. I was hoping to get enough of a jump here. Whoops. It's a bit earlier. Thought we had made that earlier. That's okay, we'll just go the long way. I see purple. So this one was the nest that we had popped before, but which didn't seem to get me anything. It was just a nest. For whatever reason. No flowers about to look at. But now it does potentially give me enough height to get back up here.
down. Okay, so this was one of the areas where... Oh, that's fine, that's safe. We can actually check on the sides. Next room. So yeah, this was where we previously had some limits to how far up we could go. No, actually, we previously jumped up through all the flowers just fine. Ah, but I see that at the next bench there was another room going up that we had not popped, and that was the one that connects to another gate that goes to the left of the Bell Beast station. So that's what it is. I see it now. Let's just skip them. And by skip, I mean not run into every single one. So yeah, this was the bit that was out of reach earlier. We should hit that bench first. Also, we can afford the worm map at this point, but do I want to do that now or do it later? We should do it later. Let's finish this area first. It's easy to get back to where the worm map was, given that we know how to get to where Chakra is standing from Bone Bottom, so, you know, we can always take fast travel there afterwards. Ride the beast. Yeah, because this is where we were previously kind of limited in terms of how far up we could go as well, I think. Because we weren't paying attention to where we could eventually traverse up the walls. Not knowing what power was awaiting us. Can I just spear him? I don't have enough power. You can deflect the projectiles, you just can't really control where to go. But yeah, this gets you back up. Really fire, or environmental damage rather. I think I previously did kill it with a spear. Oh. Wow, that's awfully risky. Well, I guess that's why we took the most proximate bench. There we go. Just spiked him. Not even going to bother with the rosaries that will come to me. And we need to not take spike damage and we'll be fine. For a bit, anyway. You should open the gate first. Figure out how much we're paying. Very convenient bench. Now, it does kind of make sense, since we're right at the station right now, to maybe go for the worm map first and then come back for what, maybe polyp number 6. So we need to kind of double back out of the way though. Let's make sure that polyp number 6 is actually in this location. This looks concerning. This is a new zone entirely, so it's not going to be here. Let's go back for now. I do want to explore this, but this doesn't solve the immediate problem of what we're looking for. That also might just be the worm zone, since we don't have the map for it yet. It would make sense for that to be the case, given its placement. Or it might just be a completely new zone, given that it's at that intersection right above the big drop into the Moss Grotto. So let me just hit the bench one more time just to fill this in a bit. Yeah, it's got a new location entirely. So we are missing one polyp somewhere currently that we should try to catch. So it must have been somewhere we had seen but couldn't reach or bypassed. We'll just see about those purple flowers and see what we can do. So this central column, have we done much here previously? I think we had done both sides here previously. But we hadn't seen much of this room. Maybe. Oh yes, we have. This was the big central room that we've done several times over. Then what am I missing? Surely not in the boss room. Or actually, what was this area? I thought we had caught the one here. Yeah, we have. So I'm not sure which purple petals we're lacking here. Could be on the left side there, I don't know. We checked it out thoroughly. We had been there though. Oh. Purple, but already accounted for. I'm just trying to see from the map what we might not have done. What about that room immediately below? Maybe we hadn't crossed that. Had we? No, we must have. We should check it, just in case there was something I couldn't hit. Was pretty sure we had done this. Yeah, we had been here. The question is whether there was something here that I didn't reach. Oh, whoops. You know what? Just take it out. And then just not make a disaster out of every single jump here. Every single jump. That's okay, bench is close. Let's just live with it for a moment. So we had been here, but... Okay, let's redo this. I'm just not sure where we were missing purple flowers. We had checked quite a lot. You know what? I was thinking we'll just sneak under water. That works up to a point, just not here. And yeah, we're not getting a float out of the swipe. That's the issue. Oh yeah, and there's a bit of a knockback when I hit. That's why we keep aiming this poorly. When you swipe, you can't float. Like, when you swipe, you drop. Oh, nope, that's even further. And then there was a gate on the right side that looks like we didn't pop, actually. So maybe I hadn't crossed that previously, because there's definitely something to open there. Now let's not lose all the rosaries. That's a very high risk at this point, unless we build up some power first. Oh, double hit.
And this is a major risk now. Let's get back to the bench, maybe. Yeah, there was a wall there that seemed like I hadn't broken. And that would account for it. That's the location. I thought I had made that crossing, but maybe I would remember getting past something like that. Okay, we actually do want to tap this if we can. We can stay back since it's water. And the idea is to build up silk for heals. Or spears. Swipe it a bit. We actually took off the small projectile. Maybe we should have kept that, kept the pins on red. That does give me a full bank. We can swipe it, we will. Maybe go spears the rest of the way. Or anything that we can't reach. This one we can reach. We can break that too. And get a lot of the silk back. Yeah, this we didn't smash. Oh no, that's because that's not a gate. Okay, so we did pick up something here. Yeah, I thought this was maybe the door we hadn't opened. So that's a dead end. Where was it then? So there's something we didn't get. Some corner we didn't peek at. And Arlen coming in with a party of 75. That's considerable. Hope your own progression through this game has been going well over there. You've been putting in a lot of time. Haven't been able to watch, of course, because we've been steadily making our way through over here ourselves. Yeah, welcome everybody who is here. We have been streaming this pretty much every day since it came out. Well, only making this our third day of streaming it, of course. And we're making decent progress, I think. Slowly. Currently just hunting for some purple flowers. Yeah, I think at this point I'm maybe about 14, 15 hours in. 15 or so. But we take things slowly, and we definitely got stuck on a few fights that took a while. We did push through them. We haven't given up on a single fight in this game yet, but some of them have absolutely taken some time. So had we actually thoroughly checked the left side location previously, maybe we should give that another look. I thought we had, but we have to check everything at this point because we're just missing one of those flower spots. Yeah, it was a fight that took me about 2 hours yesterday. Today's have gone pretty smoothly. I actually just kind of hit a major landmark, so I was not planning to stay on that much longer, but since everybody just came in, maybe we'll at least treat you folks to some content. Oops, that was a mistake. Just dash up there. There we go. So we have been up here previously. I don't know if we missed something in the next room. Just looking for that last flower. Not sure if you're way ahead of me at this point. You might be. I know, Arlen, you've been putting in quite a lot of time outside of some of the usual hours that you're on, I think. So. Whoa. Okay, so we came down. Okay, now we're getting whacked. But maybe there was something along this end that we didn't really finish.
quickly look around carefully. Because this is a rather wide room, and maybe there was a spot we missed. Whoops. No, that was on the way up, actually, so... Look at that. Yeah, we had done the full loop here before. That's not gonna be it. We've come up here before on the way through. Yeah, you're a bit further ahead. That makes it a safe raid, I suppose. Yeah, we're just missing the one. I feel like I've checked all of those spots that are just protruding everywhere. I'm just mentally counting which rooms we'd thoroughly explored. Okay, well, in that case... We see some petals here, just not purple petals. We know we've been through this area previously. We've seen what was on this side. The flowers over here, I think. Yeah, because this was where we looked at the nest. The nest opened up the passage that we were looking for. So what am I missing? And yeah, you've got to get some food sorted. Thank you once again for such a considerable raid. Too bad we can't stay on longer for people who just come in, but we'll hopefully make it worthwhile. Whoa, look at that. We're potentially dead pretty soon. Let's try to get some health replenishment going. So we did this whole loop. Saw the path down to the boss room, which then gets us close to the bench. So what do we miss? Boss room's to the left. Bellheart passage with the polyp in the top corner is to the right. I'd like to loop back down to the bench. Hopefully we can do that safely. We did not do that safely. And yeah, Smudge, welcome as well, and you need to head out, that's great. Hope you have a good night or day wherever you are. Okay, a bit of a long run to the bench, but we'll make it, and perhaps on the way up, we'll reveal something that we missed. If we take maybe one of the lower passages in earlier rooms that we had seen. Okay, let's not run into absolutely everything here. Okay, we are running into absolutely everything here. Just... Oh, okay, well, that was a big loss. I think that was maybe 80 rosaries or so that we lost there. Well, what a disastrous descent that was. Yeah, we just kept tripping on all the corners here. And getting zoned out by all the projectiles. Now I know I've been down here. Because, yeah, I think we'd already done what we wanted to do over here. Which is probably why we shouldn't get trapped in the same spot. We didn't even lose any rosaries there at this point, so... I don't know why we're going back there, but... That was disastrous. Okay, let's get back in. These ledges are just slightly out of the way, too. Let me descend gently. And then... Look, now we're stuck again. Yeah, actually, this was where we rescued one of the fleas much earlier on. The last flea that we needed for the first flea quest. I do remember this spot now. We had done the climb up the left side. And then which flowers are we missing? What if we had checked the bottom left room properly? I don't know. Skip something somewhere. These explosions have such a long range that, yeah, we're just so trapped here. And it, we had such an easy time getting to flee back when we actually did that originally, too. I don't remember having any trouble there. I think we're getting a little bit sloppy. Maybe a bit impatient with everything that's happened here. Where is that? Okay. Okay. Got absolutely nothing back except some silk. Yeah, too bad. Big hit to the rosary count that time. I mean, you got this big open area over here. We did see flowers to the left, but then it has to be a spot of hit already. Actually, I say that has to be, but maybe we should confirm to be sure. I thought I'd seen this bit. Yeah, we had. So, it's not that. There are kind of two passages coming out to the right here, like a middle passage, maybe that's something. Oh, whoops, missed. Whoops. How is it we're not getting on this? There we go. So yeah, this was the boss room. Right, the lower passage was the boss room. We had done top loop. It's got to be closer to the bench room, I think. Maybe there was an alternate column somewhere around one of those rooms that we just didn't check. Like somewhere along here. That goes back to bells. Maybe there was something along here. No, we've been here. That just loops back over to the Bellhard passage. But anything on this far wall? Yeah, this was where we had checked upstairs previously for that item. Actually, just a pack of shards. Not too interesting. Can't believe we can't find this thing. So we've seen this middle passage previously. Oh, you know what? There was a point that we couldn't descend through here, right? In the bench room. We actually been up top here before? I think we must have. In previous crossings. Right, because this is just the old crossing point here. We better get back to a more convenient bench in just a moment. Yeah, because this was a central column. I do see purple columns, purple flowers right on the left side. Surely we hit that. Yeah, that was just in the top of this room. We checked that previously multiple times. Okay, let's check
Maybe some of the rooms where we originally picked up the quest. Is this something? No. Need to drop in, or rather out of the right side of the bench to continue. Yeah, whoop, wrong one. I'll have to go back down. So there's a lower passage down here that was just for the initial drop and wrap around when we came here. This was the room before it. These rooms are vast enough that... Well, we saw the one that was up top. I don't know if we saw anything that was maybe around this corner. I don't see any additional petals here. Could have been in the next room. Maybe there's a column here that we didn't check. It's not a climbable wall. Maybe it was somewhere near where we picked up the quest in the first place. We do need 6, right? Like, it would have shown me that the wish was granted if we had enough. Yeah. Maybe a spot to check nearby, I don't know. Check the whole zone. I don't know how this is that hard to spot. I mean, the only suspicious thing was that nest that turned out to be a whole lot of nothing down here. I don't know what that was all about. Maybe something nearby. We saw the purple petals on that side. I mean, surely we did pop that and didn't just leave it. I thought that was the first one we found. Nope. Yeah, this was the first one we popped. Only thing I can think of is... well, we haven't really checked that bottom left passage another time. Heading over to the bone bottom bench. How is it we haven't found it? After going back through every room. Something below it, perhaps? No. Actually, let's check around the water. That's gonna drown, great. We had checked whether there was anything below the water here. Nope. And we had been through here many times, but do we ever double check this for purple petals? Perhaps not. If there's more to this room, like on the right side of this room, perhaps. Seems to be a drop in the right side of this room, but wasn't that just where... yeah, no, that was just where we kind of bumped into every explosion earlier.
And bumped into this explosion now. Was there anything too high for us to reach in this room? Nothing purple. We've beaten up the rosary creature here. Oh, there's more. Okay. I better build up some silk here. Yeah, we actually hadn't gone far enough in this area previously because we just beat up the one holding all the other rosaries. We might not have poked around here long enough to see what was beyond here, perhaps. Nope. How is it we still haven't found this? Must have been an obvious location at this point. Like something that we didn't even think of as having bypassed. This leaves the zone, so... I think I have to come back to this. We're gonna get the worm map first. By dropping down to the lower entrance because that takes you up to where our cartographer friend is. Oops. I can't believe how difficult that was to find. We combed the whole zone multiple times, just went through the whole thing. And I saw nothing. Now the creature here stays dead at least. Don't have to deal with it every time. Wasn't this passage, this was the return path. Okay, let's take that out. This is new. More rosaries, luckily. Caught that just in time. Unless you just went back to the village after we found... We're here, that's entirely possible. We never managed to buy the map. Oops. Actually couldn't remember how far down that was. Quite possibly since we found her location and it changed zones. But it works like it did in the first game. Let's actually test that. See if she's back to the bone bottom location.
And whether we could get the worm map from there. Seems not, but... Skull Tyrant, largest of Marrow's loathsome bony predators, prowls the caves above the Great Path. The Skull Tyrant. Wasn't that what we defeated previously? Or not? I guess not. Okay, so she's not here. I thought maybe we could get the map off the Wormway's location. Yeah, maybe that was actually just short of the location where that was. But at this point, who even knows? Okay, having the wall jump available now is quite nice. Yeah, let's go back up to... Worms. I don't know how we missed an application then, because I thought it was really close by where we had gone up over here. But we don't hear the singing, so... Oops. Yeah, because I thought we'd done this whole passage previously. I just need to find her in a new location, I guess. Until then, we don't have a worm map. Yeah, we'd be in there. Oh, come on. Okay, so she left that location but didn't return there. I just need to find her in the next location where we can get a map. I was hoping to finish on a bit more of a conclusive note today, with either finishing one of the maps or at least finding the 6 up here in the Shellwood, but no such luck. I do still see that there was that opening on the right side of the initial room here. Yeah, between the Shellwood to Bellheart connection, that there was what looked like an exit. I thought we had checked that and found nothing, but we should actually go back to try that bit again, because I don't know what else on the map is even available at this point. That would even have the possibility of flowers we haven't seen. So we just go through all the way back to the beginning. Because maybe it was in a location that we would have had trouble traversing previously without the ability to go up the wall. Oh, let's not be too sloppy here. Just So try to jump around everything. Nope, nope, missed it. Yeah. Now we can jump up here more fluidly. We had checked the top right location previously here. But maybe there's another location we can fall into past that. Yeah, we got that one. We're above where the zone transition. Oh, this must be it. This must be it. Maybe that opens up the passage that we need. Okay. Can't believe it took so long to consider that. I guess maybe we thought a long time ago that I had already closed off that entrance. Let's get more silk available so we can use the spear to break that open. That is, however, not what we're looking for. Long pin, though. Weighted pin and half formed to pierce tough shells, so that's also an auxiliary weapon. Okay. Very nice, but still not what we're looking for. I can't believe we can't find those flowers. We've checked every location that I can conceive of at this point. Oh, we can switch to long pin and see what kind of resource it uses. And maybe take a stop there. Before we bash our heads against this problem some more. Yeah, it looks like it's another tool that's based on shells. Kind of a spear throw in its own right. Uses 4. We could use a heavy attack like that. I mean, it seems like the standard pin didn't really do much for us in terms of finding some utility for it, but if this one's a bit stronger and has a piercing effect, that could be a different story. Check the right side, check that nest. Yeah, I'm just completely unable to see which spot we didn't check. Seeing all this many times over. This is just one mysterious thing, like this thing that was just a nest with no passage. I think it's probably just a nest with no passage. Given that there's certainly no one-to-one correlation between those nests and having purple flowers. Given what we just saw from acquiring the long pin. Got this one here, but Maybe we go back to the quest giver. It's just in the next room over. Wonder if there could be any insight. But if not, we'll probably just take the save and stop for the day. But so you got the purple blooms inside the precious hearts. Yeah, no additional information. We're just missing something. In that case, let's just get back to that bench. If we're able. Oh yeah, we could have gone through that middle passage. No? No middle passage here. I'm thinking of a different room. Wait, this isn't a passage where... Oh yeah, that was where the... Where it was. How did we even get through there then, previously? Definitely losing our sense of orientation here. Oops. Feels like a while ago that we got this wall jump ability and started collecting the polyps, thinking that all the remaining missing ones would just solve themselves quickly. Whoa, that was incautious. Well, we are at the bench. I need to go back and get that cocoon now. Before we're too far. Oh yeah, you just take the lift up. That's why. Yeah, we've just been circling around here for so long. And found nothing. Well, it could be something really tucked away. I think it is time to concede for this one, though. Yeah, like I said, it would have been nice to finish on a more conclusive note, but it's nice that we got through the boss and did the circuit around to acquire the wall jump ability. That's a pretty significant development. We have opened up a new passage into Belheart that we haven't really explored yet. We've opened up a new passage to the left or west of Shellwood that we haven't pushed into, which may or may not still be part of the Worm Zone. We somehow failed to get the map for the Worm Zone, which makes me wonder where our cartographer has relocated. But the next time we see her around, perhaps we can catch up on that. It was just a problem with not being able to afford it last time we met. But again, we will probably end today with some pretty clear idea of immediate priorities we can get to. Assuming, of course, that we still can't find whatever this last location is. Given that we kind of open up a secret room for the long pin that, as you can see, was actually designated as part of Belheart, it strikes me that maybe it is possible that we have to exit out to one of the adjoining zones first and then find some kind of secret path that is back into a room designated as Shellwood, and perhaps that is what gives us the final polyp. Because we've just been going around in circles, exploring all the rooms that we've opened already, and I've found nothing. So it has to be some kind of other approach. Off the side, perhaps. So it might make sense to continue either to that passage to the right that loops through Belhart and clearly has a pathway pointing left back towards Shellwood, or continuing to whatever zone that is past the bench. I actually think maybe that bell idea might be worthwhile. You know what? That has my curiosity. I have to check. And yeah, Quality Humor, you said lots of progress made. Yeah, now that I've taken a step back to look at the map, I feel like that's a possibility. Just watch, I'm going to stick myself here for, well, far too long again. Just pursuing this idea all of a sudden. Too bad about not being able to find a worm map. I was surprised by that. Yeah, here we do have to go down then. We previously tried to go, and we did collect something. Oh, whoops. He's hit pretty hard. Oh, there's a flea, okay. That we can do. Seem to open up some kind of downward passage. Oh, I see. That kind of downward passage. Whoop. Gotta heal up. Bell critters everywhere. There are lots of breakable doors all over the place, though. More rosaries for us to lose eventually. Keep thinking I'll just take those out. Or, you know, tap on them until we go down. And look at that, they actually kind of intersect. So I think we just need to wall jump carefully or wall slide carefully until we found a way through. Dodge some of the traps along the way. So this goes down, but this goes left. Let's try going left. And as you can see, back in Shellwood. No purple petals yet, but it is a possibility. We're not dealing with that one right now. There is an upper passage. Let's try to get some silk back for heals. Whoops. Maybe off this one as well if we can. It's gonna be extra cautious with it until we get some silk. Okay, good. Yeah, you're saying Quality Humor, that's how the Metroidvanias get you. Just, yeah, with that one more room feeling, the map exploring equivalent to the Notorious Civilization, one more turn. Okay, I guess we have to loop around this way. I see purple. I see purple and I like it. I guess that was the solution all along. Now hopefully we can actually break a connecting passage out of that. Wait. Oh, that just brings you back here. But I see purple, so what's up with that? Oh, down here. That's a passage. Finally. Yeah, we just needed to actually step back and study the map rather than looping. I would have noticed that much earlier, I feel. As a possibility if we just kind of taken stock of the situation. You know, despite all of the time spent running round and round, to solve it that way, by way of stepping back and understanding what the map is able to do to you, and piecing it together by, you know, thinking about the
cartographic rules of the game was actually kind of satisfying. And I'm glad it was a satisfying conclusion, that it wasn't just a matter of, oh, we ran around endlessly and then suddenly spotted it in a corner we hadn't seen before. I like that it felt like I solved that. So we're going to cache that. We'll hit a bench. And then we will definitely call it this time. I want to see what we're getting. Oh, okay, I guess... Oh, that almost got me up there. That did not get me up there. Okay. Well, let's see what this is. It's got to be substantial. The precious hearts, give them. For the time of birth, for the right, they must bleed. All the parts gathered, gather all. All that is needed is given. Okay. How good is this? The first rite, rite of the polyp, the first rite can begin. So we can walk around for this, but then what happens? Bug cloaked by red, the time of rebirth approaches. First rite is completed, prepared for the time of birth. Take the refuse of the rite. So maybe there are multiple parts for this polyp pouch. What is this? Applies venom to equipped tools. That'll be these tools, I guess. Unless it... What is the tools category? Is it this? No, that is it. I think it is for the spear. Well, I like the belt protection, but that is actually only really activated in situations where we've kind of blown a heel. I feel like when we eventually open up another slot, we'll probably want to open up a blue one anyway. But given how we're using the spear offensively a lot more now for certain fights, I like the idea. But anyway, we have it. It's the important thing. And now we'll get out, we'll try to get out safely, and if we don't, we'll just have to recover the cocoon some more. Okay, so we'll take the lift. Do it a sensible way. Follow the chain. Now we have been sniped while in the lift before, so... Okay, for real this time. Now we're happy with our progress today. And we don't need to leave that problem dangling. And of course there are more of those passages to complete in the Bellheart. Which, you know, it seems like that lower path might weave its way down to the bottom right. A lot of those corners and other passages in those tunnels with all the big bell-wearing creatures is still something we might want to explore for some optional pickups, perhaps. But then, you know, that's a pretty clear direction for what to try next. And then, of course, the whole area left of the Shellwood, left of the upper passage, which connects to something unmapped. And yeah, we'll see about that worm map when we can eventually afford it. Luckily, I think we have a couple of rosary beads banked up at this point. Not too many. I mean, we did take some pretty big losses today, like we've been doing every day. Several hundred down by this point over a couple of mishaps. Greymoor might have been worth checking, actually, for a map location. For somewhere where Chakra might be hanging out between unknown zones.
But we do have an unknown zone that may or may not be a continuation of the worm zone, or may not be something else left in the Shellwood, and if we get more maps off of that, all the better. What does the main quest even say now? I know it's shifted to something new. Or, well, yeah, the Citadel quest is still around, but we now have the additional objective of breaking the Silken Curse and starring the town of Belhart, as we talked about much earlier. And we'll worry about that with time. Yeah, the berry picking problem here, that must have been very similar as well to what we just went through with the polyps, where maybe it is something, that third location, that's a little out of the box. Skull's Heart of the Marrow. Okay, if it's in the Marrow, then yeah, we'll probably check for that as well in one of the rooms that we haven't open. Now that we have the wall jump, actually the wall jump allows us to address a lot of traversal problems. Going up into this location, any of those locations in the Marrow, actually all of those were, I think, wall jump problems. A couple of different vertical columns, like the one right of the bell. Right of everything in Belhart, that's a wall jump problem. Deep docks, that was a key door. That's not a wall jump problem, but some of these areas here, like that central location between Far Fields and Deep Docks, I think that is. Certainly the area all the way to the right of the Far Fields where we couldn't ride the updraft. So we could just do a big wall jump sweep for a while. I mean, you know, looking at Craw Lake, the top location, that might actually become reachable. Depending on the shape of some of the walls and whether they are in fact jumpable. I remember that being a big exploration spike in the original game as well. Once you have the ability to just go up the walls, then, you know, the world is your oyster, just an oyster with lots of walls. Alright, that's it for today. Thank you once again to Arlen for the big raid earlier on, as everybody's kind of progressing through this at their own pace, and thank you to anybody who dropped by to interact and to just watch and lurk as well for the stream and for the conversation. And yeah, quality humor, you have a good one as well. We'll be back with this game as often as possible. It may not be every day, but we will try to make every session count. Thanks for watching. We'll pass on the favor to somebody else in just a moment. And as always, have a wonderful time with everything you may be playing or making or watching or eventually looking forward to doing with your own hands in the case of Silksong for those who haven't played for some inexplicable reason. We'll see where to go next. And as always, fare thee well.